Okay, well, I will pass to the chair to lead us off on if you want to summarize discussions from yesterday or whether you want to jump straight into agenda item 6 on stock assessment. Over to you, Chair.
Summarizing discussions from yesterday. I don't know. I like our discussion this morning, which you'll see in the document, which just highlighted a couple of things about this. One, appreciating all the work that was done to address the requests we made. I guess it was last June request about the additional analyses to be done. So we appreciated that. And one of the things we noted anyway, was the difference between the estimated CVs in the FIS and the ones that were projected for 2021. And then some of the discussion we had around that, which partly due to lack of bids and lack of sampling in certain areas that were expected to be sampled, and basically continuing to do the work that you're doing, which is to try to look at whether you can include staff here, kind of increase the pool of bidders to deal with that. For the MSE, I think we tried to capture a bunch of the discussion. I don't want to get into them now. There's several, but yeah, we had a bunch of recommendations there for things to try. There is one, maybe we can go over it tomorrow morning or this afternoon or something. There's one section where the distributional procedures that we talked a lot about that, how to deal with those distributional procedures. And the results on multi-year assessments and size limits while somehow dealing with that. So one of the things that we were talking about was whether the SRB should say something, like we should mask the label. That's what I was suggesting. The SRB should come out and say you should mask the labels on these so you can focus on the other two. Because if they do get presented with that stuff unlabeled, just make sure it gets it back. Okay, not trying to hide something. Recognizing also the Anne Marie's comments that we don't want them to be completely blind because they actually have some interactions you don't quite understand. So anyway, that's something that we have to continue to work on, that recommendation. Anything else? Okay. Well, hearing none, let's get going. So today is stock assessment day, and biological sciences in the afternoon. Or no, tomorrow morning. Whole day, stock assessment.
Yeah, here we go. I think we'll probably will take the full day, but I don't have a huge number of slides. What my goal for today is to really try and provide some highlights from the fairly extensive documentation and background files, and background papers, and things that you guys received before this meeting. I'm sure it was a fairly overwhelming amount of material to go through. So what I want to do is go through and really touch on what I think are the highlights in terms of new progress that we've made on various issues. Be really clear about changes that we're proposing for this year's stock assessment, and highlight the two places where I think we could benefit most from some discussion and perhaps some suggestion or insight from the SRB. And so, yeah, okay, so I'll just go ahead and start in here. Just do a quick mic check. Are we coming through okay?
Roger that.
Thanks, Ed. Okay, so I'm going to start out with a little bit of a recap. We've talked already a little bit about the general IPHC review process. I'm going to touch on the recent SRB requests from SRB020 that sort of prep some of the work that we were going to show you today. And then I'll generally follow the outline of the document, beginning with various new work that we've done on some of the data sources that go into the stock assessment. A fair bit of time on the modeling, focus on individual models and how those have changed, and what things that we've done on the individual models. I'm also, I tend to love these historical photos, and so I'm not one to put too many gratuitous photos in presentations, but I stuck to just adding a few to the outline slides in this talk. And so not only are you getting a little bit of the history of Halibut, but actually, if you follow along, we're sort of telling the story of Alan and I's journey on this stock assessment through these, some of these historical photos. So you can trace these through the outline slides.
I mean, you're modeling catchability of those guys right there.
That's exactly. And it's one of the really neat things about this fishery is that it has been now operating in amazingly similar gear configuration for over 100 years. And so it's pretty surprising to think that the gear that was going in the water in the early 1900s is essentially the same as now, with the exception of J hooks switching to circle hooks, even the spacing and the ground lines and things. Obviously, they have better technology of figuring out where to put it. But just to give us a little historical context for the whole thing.
So which one of you is rowing?
I was worried someone was going to ask that. I don't know. Sometimes I think we take turns hanging onto the gunnels. So in the second part of this, and I apologize, it takes 2 slides to go through the whole outline, but I'm going to also talk about the fairly extensive dive into various sources of uncertainty that we've done this year, including sensitivity analyses, likelihood profiles, retrospectives, and some other topics that we've touched on. This isn't necessarily a comprehensive look at all the components of uncertainty. We really tried to go back to the 2019 assessment and see where we'd left off in terms of what the major sources of uncertainty were and things that we needed to still work on. And we went back and began by revisiting those, but also supplementing a little bit with some things that have come up in the meantime. Then we'll move into a discussion of the way we combine these 4 stock assessment models in an ensemble, the methods that we're using, and a proposal for you of a new way to think about the weighting of these 4 models. We've used equal weighting, basically expert opinion generating equal weights on the 4 models for a number of years now. And we have a proposal for what may be an improvement on that that's related to the model's predictive skill, which I think has been a really interesting emerging field of assessment diagnostics in the last couple of years that we're trying to make use on. So kind of excited about that one. I'll show just briefly some preliminary results for 2022 because we recognize that this document is public and people do want to see how this is affecting things in the bigger picture as we go along, so they can track, okay, midway through the year, this is what things look like, then we put the new data in the fall, and of course we'll extend the bridging, but we try to make this as transparent as possible so that any changes to model results are very transparent, and people, if people want to, they can follow along during the calendar year and not just wait for the final assessment and potentially be surprised if there is or isn't a change. And then I'll speak just briefly to research priorities and future development at the end. So I guess maybe just see if are there any questions on my general approach here, or anything that you already know that I might not be hitting that you want to talk about. I'm going to leave some time at a couple points during this presentation, and we can easily step into the document or into some of the supplementary files if there are specific questions that I don't touch on in this presentation. I'm happy to go in further depth, and I've tried to leave enough time in today's presentation that we should have plenty of time to take a few side trips into various particular questions if we decide to do that. Okay, so I'll start out just by recapping how this assessment process has evolved. The SRB, we actually had the first ad hoc SRB meetings in 2012, and we didn't have any formal ground rules, and we didn't have any formal membership criteria. I think we recruited Jimmy and Ellie because he was close and available and knew something about stock assessments. And we had Robin Forrest was the science advisor at the time, and I believe that might have been the sole extent of the very first SRB meeting. When I showed up in 2012, we had a stock assessment that was plagued by a pretty severe retrospective problem. And the first order of the day was to address that. And so we had to get this process started very quickly and in somewhat of an ad hoc fashion. I believe the following year we recruited Sean. I think he started in 2013. And we started to actually create terms of reference and ground rules and membership criteria and other things, which then evolved over several years. And I would say that the first full assessment that we conducted under the modern SRB rules and operating procedures occurred in 2015, where we had a full documentation. We spent several days going through these various data sources and model outputs. Over time, this process is codified to the current schedule, which is that I believe that the general guidelines say that we're going to conduct a full assessment roughly every 3 years. And we've been more or less on that schedule, 15, 19, and 2022. We had in 2019, we had an independent peer review. Dr. Kevin Stokes came and provided an external review prior to the SRB meeting. And then at the June 2019 meeting, we discussed, I believe we had his report in time for that meeting, or it may have actually been delayed till September. In any case, through the SRB process, we had not only the full assessment in 2019, but also an external peer review. The commission didn't think we necessarily needed another external peer review in this year's cycle. It's an option that we have if there are major changes going on. So in 2022, bringing you another full assessment with the opportunity for these full assessments to get down farther into the details of the various data sources and actually make changes where we see fit. Where in the updates in the intervening years, we make every attempt to update all the data sources, but keep the model changes to fairly limited numbers. We have made some adjustments and refinements along the way, but we've documented those pretty carefully, and we've really sort of held back on making major changes to the data sets, to the models included in the ensemble, or to the general approach of how we combine those models into the ensemble. As we've talked about already, the process that we have is that every year we review the annual improvements at the June SRB. And so that, as Dave mentioned yesterday, this is our chance to refine the work of the Secretariat at this meeting. And we have the rest of the summer to follow up on any comments. We can do everything from just going back to last year's models to pressing forward on some of these changes to any combination of those in between. So this really is, unlike many review processes, I think it's a very efficient process in that we have this review at this time of year, and we still have time to make substantive changes and improvements. And then in the fall, it's time to finalize things. So in the fall, you'll see a response to whatever comments we generate here. I may or may not have some new data to be available in the fall. And then that's when we really lock in the model structure and the approach to data sets and things that'll be used for this year's final assessment. Subsequent to the SRB meeting, and this is where it's a bit of a challenge and somewhat unlike some review processes, that we don't get the final data till after the fall review. So we basically have to agree on the model structure, and then I put the data in it after that, and then it goes right into the interim meeting. And I have, in a given year, I have anywhere from 7 to about 14 days to update the model and get everything up and running. So it's a pretty tight timeline. There's really no stomach for an assessment that lags a year. We really need to have this year's survey and fishery and everything else data included. And so with that, there's just not time to do much else. And so what that means is that we don't make, other than say adjusting, retuning data weighting and a few minor things like that, we don't really make any changes after the SRB meeting in the fall. I don't want to be in the position personally of trying to explore a new model change and then dumping new data in and going straight to the management results. We do, I didn't list it here on this slide, but we also have the option, if some surprise happens, and it hasn't happened yet in this process, but if some surprise either in the data or the model structures were to occur that gave us some question about whether the models were doing what we expected them to do, we have the option to have an intersessional SRB meeting in December, after the interim meeting, when the preliminary results are presented to the commission, and before the January meeting when the management advice gets created. And we have several years in the past, we have had check-ins if there were questions or topics, but so far we've never had a panic moment where one of the models just goes off the rails and we have to come up with a solution. But should that happen, we do have that option. I'll point you to, these slides have some links embedded in them. The stock assessment webpage actually includes, I believe it's about 45 years of assessment documents, all the way back to the late 1970s. So if you wanted to go back and read every halibut assessment that's ever been done, they're all on there in various forms. The more recent documents are all separated out, and as you go back in time, they are compendia of several years of assessment documents put together. But we have made the effort to try and make the assessment process as open as possible and as transparent as possible. And so every year, the assessment document, the data overview document, and the input files for each of the 4 models are all posted to the website. So there's an archive of all that material going back in time. And then, of course, for the older years, we don't have that kind of material, but it is the assessment documents themselves are posted on the website. Okay, so in addition to this document, which is document 7 for this meeting, and the presentation, which is also posted online, hopefully you all received a link to our SharePoint site and the ability, if you wanted to dig a little deeper and access some of these supplementary files. It's a bit of a challenge to document 4 entire stock assessment models in the sort of the standard way that everybody does, where you plot all the data fits and everything. And rather than try and cram that all into one giant document that's would be particularly hard to navigate, we've provided the supplementary files in this format. If we want to, as I mentioned, we can go and we can look at some of these, fits to various data sources or summaries of data sets and things. The primary assessment each year gets documented in 2 parts. There's an assessment document which discusses the modeling and provides the results, both graphical and tabular. And then there's a data overview document which provides a summary of all the various data sets that go into the assessment, as well as some supplementary or auxiliary data sets such as the maturity curve, trawl information, other things. And that's also published to the website each year. So those, we're unlike some assessments where we would just cram all the material into a single giant PDF. We've separated things out a little bit here in this case. And I do reference fairly heavily the 2021 assessment and data overview. And so I don't have to provide all of the graphs of data and everything from that assessment. Of course, we don't have any new data yet that's available since the 2021 assessment is done. So that data overview is current. We've also included in this background, in addition to the output files from each model, we've provided some of the software documentation, the recent assessments that I mentioned, several relevant manuscripts, just to try to save you guys some tracking down if you were interested in reading some of this stuff. And then also, as I already noted, we have the full history of all the historical assessments and review documents on the assessment website. Okay, so I'm going to start off by recapping the SRB requests that you made at last fall's SRB, and I'm going to just highlight how we've addressed each of these, and then I'll go into more detail when we get to those particular sections. But I wanted to have a little header here up at the front, just to indicate which sections to look to for each of these various requests that were made last fall. The first of these was to provide some sensitivity analyses to the specific topics being undertaken by the Biological and Ecosystem Research Program. And this, I see the target audience for these kinds of requests being the Commission and the stakeholders. This is the chance to show people why the research that we're doing matters and how it potentially could be affecting the stock assessment. So for a number of years, we, for example, we showed the sensitivity to the sex ratio of the commercial catch because we didn't know it. We were actively developing the genetic assay and the monitoring of fin clips to bring back to investigate that. And we wanted to put people on notice that this could potentially matter when we get these new data. And lo and behold, in the 2019 assessment, it did. It was probably the largest effect on the results in the 2019 assessment was the addition of sex ratio at age for the commercial fishery. First time in 100 years we had that information. So we included several sensitivities in the 2021 stock assessment in response, well, not in response to this, but as a routine undertaking, we showed a sensitivity to depredation or unobserved mortality, if that were changing over time. We showed a sensitivity to the potential for temporal change in maturity. So this particular sensitivity is one of the three models, and it's showing the implication on the spawning biomass time series if maturity were to shift over the most recent decade, if it were shifting as much as 3 years one way earlier or later in the age structure. And that's probably pretty extreme. I don't think we would expect a shift that large. But what we wanted to illustrate is that our understanding of the current status and even the current trend, as you can see from this figure, is highly dependent on what we're assuming the applicable current maturity schedule is. And this is really the rationale for why we have prioritized maturity as the top priority in our current research plan, and both in our 5-year research plan and in Joseph's annual plan for this year. So this is the way that we've addressed these kinds of issues. And again, this is a figure pulled directly from that stock assessment document that we produced last fall. We also looked at one sensitivity to the PDO relationship. So I would imagine this year we would continue with this approach, and I have a slide later in this presentation which shows a full history of the various sensitivities that we've looked at. But this has been our primary method for showing people how potentially important our research program is, by showing these kinds of sensitivities. We've restrained ourselves from going all the way to, say, running this in all 4 models and trying to calculate management quantities, because then I think it starts to really beg the question of, well, is a 3-year shift in maturity really reasonable or not? And the point is we don't know yet because we haven't done the research. So we've not gone all the way to actually calculating how would this affect quota, but we do want to illustrate for people that it is certainly our understanding of the current stock size and trend is very dependent on these kinds of things. So I would say, sort of candidly, we've had mixed success with this. Sometimes people take reasonable notice of this, generally more the scientific crowd that's involved in our meetings. The stakeholders, not always such a close inspection of these sensitivities. Sean?
So for something like this, like that, you've already answered it, but my initial question was, well, what is 3 years? Is that, like if you were to plot the current maturity ogive with an uncertainty interval around it, is that where these plus or minus 3 years come from? Because if you did, that might make it more relevant. Like if you showed that plot and said, here's the maturity ogive with an envelope of uncertainty around it, and if you just take the endpoints of that uncertainty and you do this, that would kind of make it more relevant, I think. And
Yeah.
it might help to give you the importance of it.
We don't actually have a good quantitative uncertainty estimate on the current schedule. And I think my concern with maturity in particular, this scenario is a shifting maturity schedule. So this is a 3-year change over the last decade. And I think that's the case that I would be most worried about, is that if the average maturity curve is exactly what we think it is, but recent cohorts have been trending one way or the other, that has a pretty big implication on responding biomass. I think
if we're looking at it, you'd almost, if this comes across as, yeah, we picked the worst case scenario and here's how it could be, then the stakeholder are going to say, well, I don't care about the worst case scenario. They never do.
True.
Right? But if you said this is a plausible scenario, like this is, we can't rule out either of these 2 possibilities. So
yeah, my current state on maturity in particular is that we haven't revisited it in almost 20 years. So I don't really know whether this is worst case or whether this is fairly plausible. And that's why in before we even have any pilot data to go on, it's really hard to say how much change we might expect. I mean, in the best case scenario, we get back a curve that looks a lot like the one we're using, and this really isn't a big deal. But
I mean,
I certainly take your point.
yeah, I mean, just to give people the the gravitas of the whole thing, like if you look at cod, the cod collapse in Canada, there was a major change in age of maturity. Probably if you look at a lot of the overexploited stocks and the ones that are in the most trouble around the world, when they start getting to low abundance and their maturity starts to shift, it seems like. And then they go off into oblivion. I mean, the ones that I work on that are collapsed, that all have messed up maturity schedules.
And I think that kind of comparative thing is really useful as a communication tool. Like, hey, this is what happened for cod. That's the story you all know about. Maturity was this, it changed to this, we didn't realize it until it was too late. Maturity for halibut was this 20 years ago, the last time we looked at it. What is it now?
Yeah.
If it's changed only by 3 years, this is how much it makes a difference in assessment.
And we will have some time to make those kinds of comparisons, because the initial phase of the maturity work that we're undertaking will provide us an update of the curve, but it'll take several years before we can start to think about trends. So it's, we're going to have some time. This is going to unfold over the next several years. So we do have some time to refine how we're presenting this. And I think as we start to get some preliminary data in, that we can then perhaps construct some confidence intervals on and actually start to bound this problem, we can ground this a little more in what is and isn't plausible. This initial look was really just to catch people's attention and say, hey, look, this could be important. We don't know where it's going to fall out, but it could be important.
I think there's some other things that also co-vary with time of maturity. So if you mature earlier, mature at a smaller body size, you're less fecund. You have lower egg size, which means you have higher juvenile mortality. So this is shown in cod, has been shown in a lot of exploited species that size and age at sexual maturity is a heritable trait. You're selecting on something that's highly heritable, and you're fundamentally changing the genetic resource of the populations. And there are this other baggage, and the baggage is lower fecundity and lower gamete and lower offspring quality and lower survivorship. So I think that's important. And if you're going to be modeling things like maturity schedules, I would encourage you to model other things that are baggage that are associated with that also are negatively affecting the stock.
Yeah. And this gets to our next, Joseph, I think we're talking about sort of the next steps after we reestablish a maturity schedule, the other things we need to be looking at in tandem with that moving forward, fecundity, potential for skip spawning, these things. So this is just a brief response to this request, showing you that this is something that we address through the standard stock assessment, not so much through this document that you received at this meeting, but we continue to try to highlight these research, the foci of our research program, and highlight that to the stakeholders. The next topic was continued exploration of data weighting. And what we started to investigate, we've, of course, in the intervening several years since the 2019 assessment, you guys will recall that we've looked at several potential different error distributions and ways to treat the weighting within the models, both iterated, estimated, and other things. And as we started to renew our efforts on that front for this assessment, we realized that we were still beginning all of those processes with a starting sample size that was just arbitrarily based on the number of trips or the number of stations that had been sampled, which is not a bad proxy given the work of Pennington and some stuff that I've done in the past, and others have shown that generally fish school and your sample size is not the number of fish you measured, it's more like the number of samples you collected, but it's still fairly arbitrary. And so for this exercise, what we decided to do was to drop all the way back to the raw data and actually go through a whole bootstrapping exercise to try and basically start again, but with good non-arbitrary starting values for the data weights, providing us then the foundation to go back into the investigation that we've been working on in the last few years. So that's and I'll talk quite a bit more about that in a few slides here. But that was the approach that we've taken here, is what can we do this year that will provide us with truly new information rather than just new modeling approaches to this problem, with the idea that once we've established this new baseline of actual data-based information, then we're much better poised to investigate different error distribution things, because we have the fundamental differences between years and between data sources already brought forward from the data. So that's what we've done, and it's actually a topic that I've been working on for almost a decade now. I was doing this kind of bootstrapping when I was at NIMS on assessments before I left there, and for some reason we just never got to it in this assessment. So that's actually kind of nice to get back to this and make it happen for halibut. And as you'll see, it's got some implication for our sampling programs as well. Some of the inference that we draw from this can inform how we do our actual sampling, where we find cases in particular where we're collecting a lot of fish and not getting a lot of effective sample size back in response.
Ian, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
I don't know that much about the data weighting issue, other than that it's a really thorny one. Is there value in simulating the population and trying to find out what optimal data weights might be from simulation? So using something like the operating model that Alan has developed, sampling that operating model with sampling program like the FIS, and then running assessments on that data and changing the data weightings.
Potentially, yeah.
Does that make sense? What I'm saying?
It does. That's a fairly involved
It sounds fairly
effort
involved.
because you actually have to simulate the data generating processes,
Exactly.
which we're not quite there yet in the operating models. But in terms of a longer term objective, yes, I think that's definitely something that's I can think of a few cases where that's been done. It's certainly not the standard for assessment, but it would be, from first principles, it would certainly be a good idea. I think we're probably a few years away from being able to simulate the data generating processes, but it's certainly something that should be on our long.
I wonder, because why are we so far from simulating the data generating process? Because the operating model is not spatially explicit enough? Or?
We've had to make a lot of assumptions in that data generating process. I think we haven't generated all different sources of data that go into the stock assessment. We've just been mainly focused on surveys. That's what goes into these management procedures in the development of the estimation models and trying to mimic the assessment in MSC. We have generated some data assumptions about catchability of the survey and things like that that I think we would need to visit, especially if doing this kind of exercise to look at the assessment. We might want to reduce some assumptions and have a more rigorous data generation process that
The cases where I can think where this has been done, they've actually used a truly spatially explicit model underlying that actually has demographic components, length and age, so you can capture schooling and potential for differential habitat use, and then you impose a sampling procedure on top of that, and so that that's fairly involved. Jim Thorson's got a few papers doing that sort of thing. It's certainly a promising avenue, but we're not quite there yet.
Yeah, right. And the results of those papers are those things that can be taken and used to inform the data weighting here directly, or does it depend on the nuances of schooling, other aspects of biology that?
Honestly, I think most simulation work is pretty specific to the problem at hand. It's difficult to generate a simulation experiment that feels truly generalizable.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, there's certainly
always it depends. Right?
You can favor one method over another, but in terms of getting down to like what better weighting methods are, I'd say it's fairly problem specific. There was a Kaplan workshop on data weighting and a lot of discussion, and I don't think there have been a lot of strong conclusions reached. There's certainly no consensus yet. There's another Kaplan workshop coming up this fall, which is intended to generate best practices for stock assessments, and it will be interesting to see what they can come up with when they get back to the data weighting topic on that. It will be, at least one of us will be attending that meeting this fall.
Potentially something to add to the wish list of things that you could address if we were to expand the stock assessment timelines every 3 months.
Exactly. Yeah. So the next one was evaluation of treatment of the commercial sex ratio. So we had, at the 2019 assessment, we had just 3 years of, well, actually in the preliminary assessment, we had only 2 years of sex-specific commercial age composition data. We had 4 for the 2021 assessment, and we're expecting the 2021 data to be finished in time for this year's assessment. So we'll have 5 years. When we first put that in, with only 2 years, we said, okay, let's just estimate this as a constant offset between males and females to capture the sex ratio in the catch. What we're proposing in this assessment is to actually allow that ratio to change over time so we can track the sex ratio. This, in our preliminary model runs, and not to steal the thunder that's coming in several slides down the road, but this has really made these models perform amazingly better. And the reason why is because it disconnects the historical stuff from the recent trend. So we can now track the data, and a small change in the sex ratio doesn't impose a same change in the sex ratio on the entire time series. And so the retrospectives look far better than they did. And also this keeps the door open now as we move forward into a couple of years of updates. If we get a change in the sex ratio, the models can track that, as opposed to having to add new parameters as we go along if we start to see bigger changes. The changes have been relatively small. There's actually not a lot of change, interannual change in these preliminary models, but I think it definitely opens the door for the models to just track the data and not have to, and not require a model change down the road if we start to see the sex ratio really changing dramatically. So I'll talk quite a bit more detail about this when we get to model fits and things. Then the second to last, I think it's the second to last request that you guys made last fall was to explore the use of the Pacific Decadal Oscillation and potentially other environmental covariates to predict recruitment in the model. I'll speak to this in quite a bit of detail, and as you'll see from the presentation, the document, we actually looked at 5 different ways of treating the PDO that correspond to sort of 5 different hypotheses about how a recruitment environment relationship might operate. And this is something that the paper that Bill Clark and Stephen Hare did, documenting the correlation between the PDO and average recruitment for Pacific halibut. That paper is about 20 years old now. And so we felt it was time to sort of reinvestigate this, see, A, is it still holding up as well as it was in the past? And B, is there a way that we could potentially squeeze a little more information out of it than just having these binary regimes? And so we spent some time looking at these 5 different approaches, and I'll speak more about what we did and how we did it down deeper in this presentation. The spoiler here is that we didn't find anything that worked any better than just the regimes, which was honestly a little bit disappointing. But in the long term, the prognosis for the PDO, I think, as Alan mentioned yesterday, is probably not great, because the PDO is kind of a composite of conditions in the Gulf of Alaska, and it used to be strongly correlated with a number of other ecological or environmental indicators. And there's a recent paper that's referenced in the document by Mike Litzow et al., showing that in the most recent regime, starting somewhere around 2014, which is when the warm blob hit the North Pacific, the correlation between the PDO and all of these other indicators has basically broken down. So what used to predict sort of all of the general conditions in the Northeast Pacific now really doesn't predict many of them well at all. It seems to be that the processes themselves are fundamentally changing in the North Pacific. So as a pragmatist, I would say that the lifespan of the PDO is probably limited. And you'll note that one of the 5 methods we included in this analysis was to just take it out of the models entirely. But it still, at present, has some explanatory power for recruitment. So we've left it in these preliminary models. But I'll talk more about that, and I'll give you a few equations and tell you a little more detail about exactly how we've done that when I get to that part of the presentation. Again, this is just intended to give you a quick update on what we did, particularly in response to these requests.
That paper to talk about, that's the 2020 PNAS.
Yeah, Litzow's the author. Pretty sure that's the one. And it's in this list of references there, and I can provide a PDF if anybody has trouble finding it. Yeah. Okay, then the last request from SRB020 was to investigate the estimation of whale depredation mortality and see if we could potentially include it in the assessment model. This is a source of mortality that we know occurs. Whales feed on fish that are being caught on long lines. And it's been accounted for in at least one other assessment that we know of. The sablefish assessment in Alaska accounts for whale depredation using a combination of observer data and a discrete spatial cell model to predict the effects, and then they add that mortality to the assessment and then subtract it back off the quotas each year. So it's essentially accounted for in that assessment. So we wanted to start down that road, and this is a very exploratory analysis that we've provided here. It's not, we've not included this in the assessment yet. This is really a first look, and I'll talk, when we get to these slides, I'll talk in a lot more detail about that. This is also a very sensitive topic, so there's a few things that I want to describe in more detail that are not actually in the document or the presentation that we can talk about when we get there. But we did spend quite a bit of time digging into this issue this year. And then the last request was just other factors discussed, and so you'll see that we have investigated several other things in these models, several other changes, software updates, and things. The most important of these, and one of the two main pieces that I really hope you can comment on in this meeting, is our treatment of natural mortality. So this was, in the 2019 assessment, this is probably the one area that we spent the most time discussing. How do we best include what we know about natural mortality, and how do we include that uncertainty associated with natural mortality in both the individual models as well as the full ensemble. And at the time, in the 2019 assessment, we actually looked at maybe using more than 4 models, taking the models where natural mortality was fixed and actually bracketing natural mortality and making kind of a grid approach on that dimension to try to capture more of this uncertainty associated with natural mortality. So that was a main focus of our investigation in 2019. We've revisited it here, benefiting from an intervening Kaplan workshop that focused on natural mortality that came out with some, I think, pretty important conclusions, which I'll talk about, as well as just the natural evolution of these models. I realized as we did this that when I first started working on this assessment, the time series was 10 years shorter. And with another 10 years of age composition and index data, we actually have more information content in these models than we did even when I started working on them. So it was definitely high time to revisit this topic. And so as you'll see, we've got some suggestions about several ways that we think we can make forward progress on natural mortality in this assessment. So that's the quick response to the requests that were made at the last SRB. As you'll see, I'll provide, for almost all of those, I'll provide considerably more information as we go along through this presentation. This is one of the classic schooners that was built in the 1920s and is still fishing. Wooden boat. Started out as a sailboat, converted to a gas engine, converted to a diesel engine, obviously updated electronics. These old schooners are still some of the highliners in the fleet. Incredibly efficient boats, fairly long and narrow, and very efficient at cutting through the swells in the North Pacific. And pretty neat that they're still operating after 100 years on the water. Okay, moving then into the data sources. So I wanted to step back just a little bit because I realized that we're all so immersed in halibut and you guys probably don't have the luxury to think about halibut every day of the year. So I wanted to just give you just a quick recap of the basic ecology and a couple of the key data patterns in the data sets, just to sort of set the stage for how we build the assessment models and even the operating models the way we do. So this is a schematic from this recent paper that Pierre Carpi was the first author on, which collated basically all of our understanding from decades of tagging information, both satellite tags and pit tags and wire tags and all the observations we've made, codifies what we think we know about the ontogenetic and both the ontogenetic and the seasonal or spawning migrations that halibut undertake. And it's a complex process. I'm not going to go into all the details, but just to show you that, like many stocks, it's not just instantly panmictic. So just fitting a single one-box model doesn't really do this kind of biology justice. But conversely, they're way too mixed to just divide up the coast into little cells and say, okay, everybody, we're going to do an assessment on your area and we'll get the answer for you and you can ignore everybody else, because this stock is highly linked. There are certain areas that are the spawning areas. There are certain areas that are the rearing grounds for the younger fish. And there's a high degree of linkage across the stock. So for better or worse, we're in the muddy middle of the easy assumptions. And that's why we end up with, in this assessment, several different ways of treating the data, either aggregating it up to the coastwide level or trying to maintain some kind of stock structure. And in the operating model, Alan's actually got explicit stock structure. And we spent several years, probably 4 to 8 years ago, we spent several years trying to develop a tactical spatially explicit model for how, so a stock assessment model that had explicit spatial areas and modeled migration. And after several years of trying, we determined that that was probably better suited to an operating model because we just couldn't get something that felt reliable to provide ankle management advice. But we've been there, and we've made those efforts. And who knows, in the future with genetics and genomics, more information on stock structure, the potential for genetic tagging and or close kin marker capture, we could get back to a case where that's we need to revisit that. We're not ruling that out, but we're just putting that on hold. So where we end up with is treating this as a single stock, because we have tags that have crossed essentially the entire 3,000-mile range of Pacific halibut. We have fish we've tagged in the Bering Sea that have shown up in Oregon. So we know that there is at least some degree of exchange. But we've recognized this, particularly through the MSE process, has really helped us to refine our thinking about what are our objectives for conserving spawning biomass. And we've settled not on the management areas, which are the 8 management areas you see in the little black letters there, but on these 4 biological regions, realizing that we need to maintain spawning biomass across these broad regions, but that these management boundaries really are, unfortunately, like many management boundaries, just arbitrary lines on the map that the fish don't adhere to. They move across them during the fishing season, they move across them for their spawning migrations, and over their lifetime, they can cross several. They certainly do cross between these regions over their lifetime as well. So this stock structure and how to treat the semi-mixing or the meta-population aspect of this stock is really the fundamental uncertainty in this assessment. And so the assessment models, the 4 models we use, are really just trying to find different ways to get at proxies for this kind of spatial structure. Now, superimpose on that this history, which is fairly unique and particularly important. I don't have a cursor, but that's probably good. What this shows you is the history of the commercial fishery from the late 1800s all the way to present. And it shows you the spatial breakdown. So I'm just going to go back one slide. And I'm sorry, the colors don't match the colors on the next slide. So my apologies for that. They're from 2 different efforts. But Region 2 is in the east, Region 3 in the center, and Region 4 and 4B out in the west. So here you can see Region 2, which is in blue here, they're starting in the lower 48 and in Canadian waters, and then they're moving their way to the west. They move into the Central Gulf in the teens and early 20s. And then sometime in the late 50s and 60s, they start to venture into Region 4, and they're basically working their way out. And when you get to about 1980, the stock is essentially fully exploited throughout its entire range. So the fishing down of the halibut stock really occurred over a very long period. And as we got into this discussion a little bit yesterday, this is the fundamental uncertainty about how much biomass there was in these early years, because all we have is CPUE from these years. And what we don't know is whether this early fishery that was taking the highest harvests that we've seen in Region 2 in the whole time, was that drawing down some kind of massive stock, standing stock in Region 2, or was it tapping into fish that were migrating actively into Region 2? So I think of it like a bowl of soup and a straw. You know, you're drinking from one side of the bowl, but you're drawing the whole bowl down. That's one hypothesis of what was going on in this historical period. The other hypothesis is that the stock on the fishery on the east side was not able to access those fish on the west side of the stock, and so that would correspond to dome-shaped selectivity for that early fishery, which is what we model in the areas as fleets models. And that's the model that has a much higher biomass in this historical period, because we don't tap that biomass in the west until we get into this period in the 70s and 80s. So those are the 2 fundamental hypotheses that we currently have about how the history of the fishery worked. And unfortunately, I don't think we're going to reconcile those probably ever. That's just going to be an unknown. And that's why when we do, like Alan was showing yesterday, his comparisons only went back to 1958. But when we look at the historical period, we see this very big difference between these 2 hypotheses in how much biomass was or wasn't in the stock through the 20s, 30s, all the way up to the 50s, leading to the assessment models that he was showing in the operating models that say, well, either there was still quite a bit of biomass with quite a lot of uncertainty, or the stock was fished down pretty heavily by the 1950s because we had already taken this huge chunk of removals out. The other thing to take away from this is stock is incredibly dynamic. I mean, you see at least 4 big swings in mortality here. And in the early years, the management of the fishery, prior to the 70s, the management of the fishery was all equilibrium-based management. It was CPU-based or MSY-based. It had no annual or stochastic components. So the variations in catch are probably fairly reflective of actual variation in the population until we started to actively manage in the 1970s. Okay, so then same mortality. Now the green here is the aggregate of everything I showed you here. That's the directed fishery. Superimpose upon that other fisheries coming in. So the purple is non-directed fisheries. So this is fisheries that aren't targeting Pacific halibut, primarily trawl fisheries, but also including longline fisheries for cod, sablefish, and other things. You'll see that purple shows up in the 1960s. Is when the foreign fleets showed up off of Alaskan waters, and they basically came across. These foreign fleets showed up. They started working in the Gulf of Alaska and worked their way down the coast through Canada into the lower 48, and they basically caught all the groundfish. To be honest, they caught all the POP. They caught almost all the sablefish. They caught a lot of halibut in the process while they were trawling and longlining in these areas. So that purple's a pretty important component, especially into the late 70s and early 80s, when we had the period of the lowest abundance that we think probably occurred under some hypotheses, and roughly equal to the catches that we've been getting in recent years. The difference being in the late 1970s, these fish were very large for their age. So size at age was at a peak in the late 1970s. So the productivity of the fishery, in terms of numbers of fish on the ground, there were presumably a lot less fish out there in the water in numbers, but they tended to be bigger fish for the same ages. So this also gives you a hint of the fleet structure that we're using in these models. We're modeling each of these components separately. The black is subsistence fisheries. Those are generally quite small and not super important. The blue is recreational mortality. This really took off in the 1980s. Halibut, for whatever reason, wasn't a very popular recreational fish before sometime around the late 1970s. People just caught salmon and were happy. And then they started to target halibut. And today, at the end of the time series, the recreational component is between 15 and 20% of the total. So it's way too much to ignore, and it's potentially a pretty important component. So we model that as a separate fleet in the model. We also, the yellow is the discard mortality, which reflects generally fish that are less than the 32-inch minimum size limit. And that in recent years, that's averaged somewhere around 750,000 to a little over 1 million pounds a year of fish that end up caught, discarded, and subsequently died. The number of fish handled, and some of which survive, is much higher. The discard mortality rate that we use is approximately 16%. So that's a lot of fish being handled for that 1 million pounds of mortality.
Has that been updated based on Claude's work?
So Claude's recent work was addressing the mortality rates of the excellent category of fish. So we categorize fish into viability categories, and his work largely corroborated that that a halibut in excellent condition is likely to have around 3 or 4% mortality. So not all fish are in excellent condition when they're released, but in terms of discard mortality across species, halibut's about as tough as they get. They can be caught either on commercial gear or on recreational gear, and if they're not pretty horribly injured, almost all of them survive. Which honestly has probably been the secret of our historical success in management of this fishery. Even for trawl fisheries, we can get, with good handling practices, we can get 40 to 60% survival rates from trawl fisheries if those fish are put back within about 20 to 30 minutes, which is pretty remarkable. These fish don't have an air bladder, they don't decompress, they're tough as nails. The dead category, which is based on tagging, so we get these categories by tagging and then looking at the subsequent relative recovery rates from tagging programs. The dead category has about a 10% survival rate. These are fish that are assessed on the spot as being dead, and they put tags in them, and lo and behold, about 10% of them end up getting caught in subsequent years and weren't actually dead. So, brief history on the mortality sources. A little bit more history now, getting into some of the data sources. So this is the CPUE series that we have going all the way. This is aggregated up to the coast-wide level, noting the spatial trends that I showed you earlier on, going all the way back to, I think it's 1908 or 1909. And you clearly see the fishing down effect very early in the CPUE time series. The commission was formed in 1923, and not coincidentally right after the first huge plunge in commercial CPUE. It's a pretty incredible series to have what are incredibly detailed records going all the way back over 100 years now. But one of the things I learned to my chagrin when I got here is that right in the most informative period, we started to see some very rapid stock recovery in the late 70s and early 80s. And between the 1983 and 1984 seasons, the entire fishery transitioned from J hooks to circle hooks. And the catchability roughly doubled. And so we now have disconnected the stock at the steepest rate of change we had in this entire time series. So the one piece that would link the modern period, where we have survey information and really well standardized data, to the historical period, there's a huge disconnect right in the middle, and we have to estimate an offset to match those two pieces up, because the catchability, like I said, is roughly doubled for these circle hooks. People's catchability, I mean, you can see it in 1 year, the CPUE roughly doubled during this transition. And
it was really the entire fleet switched over in that year. You can't break it down by vessel.
Incredibly, we've done some calibration experiments, and we tend to find that it was roughly a factor of 2 difference in catchability. It tore through the fleet so quickly. There are stories of guys who are still on the water, of boats literally pulling up to each other and passing $100 bills and boxes of hooks back and forth, because people would have these hooks and be like, "You won't believe when you put these hooks on, you're going to get twice as many pounds per set." And it's, I mean, you can see it. This is the CPUE data. I mean, it literally doubled overnight. We didn't have much survey data. We don't have any survey data that spans this period to really calibrate it in an assessment model sense. So what we end up doing is estimating deviations. We allow for drift and catchability over time, because anytime you're stitching together 100 years of CPUE, of course that they're getting better. You know, we went from line of sight to compasses to Loran to GPS to satellite. You know, there's all these evolution of fishing technology, but we allow for an unconstrained deviation in all the models and catchability in that year when they transitioned from J hooks to circle hooks. Unfortunately, that provides a pretty big disconnect in the information content. We basically broke the one-time series that means the most to us.
Well, you know, model is 2 separate time frames.
We do. By allowing it, we allow selectivity to drift as well. Yeah, it turns out that the selectivity doesn't appear to be all that different for the 2 hooks. The fish get hooked because they're generally using similar size hooks. The fish, once they're hooked, especially on a long line, they don't come off again.
So you don't use the calibration studies to constrain the jump?
We have not to date. No. This only occurs. This junction only occurs in the long time series models. The short time series models don't span that break. They only model the more recent period. But we have not used the calibrations that we've estimated to inform that to date.
I mean, do you not believe the calibration studies, or?
Trouble, I think, is that there are a lot of things going on. I think even if we did that, we would still have to allow for drift and catchability over time. So I guess I've been more comfortable to just let the model sort out what that offset needs to be and propagate that uncertainty rather than to force a calibration in from outside. But it's really something that can be considered.
And have you looked and see where the model estimates it compared to the calibration studies? You said they're both around twofold.
I've got a table coming up that gives the log coefficients. So we can let's look at those when we get there. It's not exactly a twofold, but it's in that ballpark. Okay, so that's just a quirk of our historical data that we kind of have to live with. And just one slide on some management background, just to bring everybody up to speed on halibut management. The fishery has operated since 1974 with a 32-inch commercial minimum size limit. So every fish that's less than 32 inches has to be carefully released, and every fish larger than 32 inches is required to be kept. They're not allowed to discard a legal fish. There are quite a few fish in the 32 to say 33 or 34 inch range that are not kept because there's a one-sided consequence to showing up at the dock with a short fish. So the assertion is if they're releasing it, it's under 32 inches, but there's probably a little bit of play in that. The commercial seasons generally, in recent years, have run March to December. Historically, mostly the fishery ended in November and has opened as late as early April. This historically was designed to close fishing in the winter. In some documents, this is to protect the spawning season of the fish, but in other places, it's more clearly linked to just the desire to have a closed season. Most people don't want to fish in the winter in Alaskan waters anyway. And I guess we don't have any strong understanding that having a fishing during the spawning period would necessarily be a bad thing, just based on the spawning biology of these fish. Our survey occurs, as we've talked earlier, from June through the end of August, sometimes into early September. So it's a snapshot that is not nearly as broad a window as the commercial fishery. The Alaska fisheries fish under quota programs as well as in BC, but Washington, Oregon, and California still participate in a derby fishery. So in those 3 states, it's generally a 2 to 4 day opener, sometimes twice in the summer, and it's just a race for fish. Catch as much as you can up to your vessel limit, and if there's quota left over, it's reopened and done again. These programs went in 1995 in Alaska and in 1991 in BC, and there were some major shifts in the spatial footprint of the fishery when these quota programs went in, because they went from a 2-day season to almost a year-round season. And so the fisheries spread out and fished lots of areas that they never occupied. They didn't have the luxury in a 2-day season to fish anywhere but the highest catch rates locations. In a year-long season, they're freed up to target larger fish to generate a higher price for their catch. They're freed up to endure a lower catch rate but stay closer to home and have places where they can sleep in a nice quiet harbor at night as opposed to out on the shelf slope break. So there were a lot of changes associated with the ITQ programs. Currently, longline and pot gear are legal. Trawl gear has to discard all halibut. Pot gear is pretty limited. There's some incidental catch of halibut in pots. There's people, just in the last 2 years, there's a few people trying to actually start targeting halibut with pots, but they're having limited success so far.
Just this slinky gear.
The slinky gear has taken over almost all of the sablefish fishery, and they're catching a few halibut in those pots. Halibut don't generally like to go into pots very well, so this is definitely a work in progress for halibut. It'll be interesting to see if the fishery can figure out the magic formula that gets halibut to go into pots, because that will obviously free them from the depredation issue if they can get these fish to go into pots, which has been a huge boom for the sablefish fishery. The recreational, personal use, other components are managed separately by each regulatory area, and I would take a 100-page document to describe all the various regulations. But the upshot of that is that we know that we can't really mimic the exact recreational mortality very well, because the regulations change every year. They're different in every area. There's a wide range of fish, so we use just a general proxy for recreational selectivity, informed by the one regulatory area that has sampling of age data from recreational caught halibut. As I mentioned before, discard mortality rates range very widely, from 4 to as much as 100%. So full retention trawl fisheries in Alaska that are sampled at the dock, all those halibut are dead. Longline fisheries, recreational fisheries, and fisheries for Pacific cod using small autoline hooks can have mortality rates as low as 4%. Okay, now the overview of the data that are included in the model. So this is the overview from the long areas as fleets models, just to give you a graphical look at where in the time series these various data sources begin and how important they are. And the circles here are generally reflecting the magnitude of catch and the precision of abundance indices and age compositions, but noting that that's relative to the weighting that's applied in the long areas as fleets model. So that's not the same weighting that's in every model. It's just a way to get a quick glance at it. My synopsis on the left here is that relative to most assessments, we know the mortality quite well. This is an assessment where we have a pretty good handle on how many dead fish there are throughout this whole time series. The indices, all we have is CPUE, generally from region 2 and region 3 in the early years, but then when you get into the more recent years from basically the early 90s onward, we have pretty good indices from all the fisheries and from the survey in all the 4 regions. And that's, of course, the impetus for starting the short time series models in the early 1990s. Those models have a complete data set to work with, and so we just eat up all the historical uncertainty with very flexible initial conditions and play forward. And that's another philosophy of how you could create a good assessment model to model this stuff. Ignore the history because it's messy and focus on the most informative one. In many places, that would be the standard assessment approach. As I'll talk a little bit later on, even more detail, we have pretty poor information on the demographics of directed discards, recreational, non-directed discards, and subsistence components. So all of these things are relatively small, say less than 15 to 20% of the mortality, but we don't have comprehensive sampling of age composition data directly. So we end up using, for example, for non-directed discards, we have sampling of length frequency distributions. We use an age length key from trawl surveys to convert those to ages, and then we use those ages to inform the selectivity of the stock assessment. But all of the data from all of these sources are downweighted because what we want to generate from them is effectively a prior on the selectivity for that fleet, but we don't want to generate, say, recruitment spikes that correspond to just poor, noisy data collection. So those are all heavily downweighted in the fitting to age data. Okay, that's a very broad overview of the data sources, summarizing what I think is a 60 or 70 page data overview document, just in a few slides to show you what I think are some of the key features of the data sets that we have. There are a number of other things that we put in the model that we treat effectively as data, but they're all not really data. They're output of other analyses and their auxiliary inputs. Those include the PDO, the maturity ogive as we understand it, fecundity information, which at present we assume to be proportional to biomass or mass. So it's roughly a cubic function of length, not exactly, but proportional to body weight. Weighted age, which we have extensive samples on, to the tune of 20 to 25,000 observations of weighted age per year. So while there are some age combinations that have sparse data in a few places, generally we have very good empirical weighted age, especially in the recent period.
1,000 per year aged fish.
Yeah, between the commercial fishery and the surveys combined, huge amount of age data. We have the length-weight relationship, which Ray revised last year to reflect what we are currently doing, which is for almost 100 years, we had a magic length-weight relationship that applied to every fish all the time, and it was too good to be true. When we started collecting individual fish weights, we found that there was more variability than we thought. And so now, starting in 2015 in our port sampling and starting in 2019 on the FIS, we now collect individual weights on fish that we sample. So we no longer have to rely on a length-weight relationship for our standard data sets, but for other data sets where only length is collected, we now have these revised length-weight relationships that reflect the current biology. So moving forward, we'll be able to update those at whatever interval is necessary. We also, several years ago, we went through a pretty big effort to document aging error, both the bias and imprecision of the aging methods we use. In a nutshell, our break and bake aging here is unbiased. It's been bomb radiocarbon validated to be unbiased out to very old ages. And relative to most groundfish species, it's incredibly precise. They're off, at 20 years, they're off by only a couple of years here and there. So we include aging error in these models, but halibut are the best aged fish that I've had the pleasure to work on. Compared to many of the other groundfish, they're basically known age fish. as I mentioned, we also have what I'm calling, in quotes, priors on bycatch, discard, and recreational selectivity. These are data sets that are not great data sets, but they give us some information to allow the models to estimate selectivity, and we downweight them to avoid generating a lot of recruitment information. So
those aren't informed by tag data, the selectivity for.
no, we actually have not a lot of tagging data on these from these components.
So you just haven't gotten many returns from those.
I would say that we've not launched a huge amount of tagging effort. Most of the historical tagging has either been on small fish, sort of opportunistically collected small fish, and or the bulk of it has been targeted on legal size fish. Most of the historical tagging programs had the goal of trying to understand the exchange of fish that were available to the commercial fishery, not so much on these other components.
What's the sensitivity to your selectivity for these lesser known components?
It's something that we looked at more substantially a couple of assessments ago. Generally not very sensitive to these because they are not the major components of the mortality, and the age composition data that we're using are downweighted. They do provide kind of a technical challenge because by downweighting the age composition data, occasionally get selectivities that misbehave. And so it is something that we have to keep an eye on in these models, that we don't end up with selectivity parameters, especially for these fleets, spinning up on bounds or just not performing well. So we have over assessments, we have had to make minor adjustments in the weighting just to keep the selectivity defined and estimable, but generally not very sensitive to these assumptions. Not in the way that the model is sensitive to, say, the commercial fishery, which is the vast majority of the overall mortality, especially of the larger females. All of these sources are targeting fish that are between 2 and roughly 10 or 12 years old, where the commercial fishery is mostly catching fish that are between 8 and about 16 or 18 years old. So these components are all operating on a smaller demographic. Okay, now moving on to another topic, 11:30, just checking in if we need to do a bio break this morning, or you want me to just keep going? Okay, 5 minutes? Thanks for the break. Now we're getting to the good stuff. So that's the preface. Now we're getting into some of the progress on data. So as I mentioned, the big focus this year was really starting from scratch on where are we with natural mortality and what can we do in these models. So there was a CAPM workshop approximately a year ago that with the focus on natural mortality. And I believe there still is not a written report from that workshop, but the general consensus that I took away from that workshop was twofold. One, it was that where we can, we should be trying to estimate natural mortality. One, because it's a major source of uncertainty that we usually sweep under the rug if we're not estimating it. And two, because these models are quite biased if you put the wrong natural mortality in. So at least having one that's internally consistent with the data is generally a good idea. Recognizing that natural mortality is really hard to estimate and many data sets just don't have the content. The second takeaway that I got from the CAPM workshop was that we should expect from first principles, predation, mortality, and other factors, that mortality is fundamentally size-based, that tiny fish should have a higher natural mortality than big fish. And usually we ignore this in stock assessments, but increasingly we're starting to see stock assessments that allow for elevated natural mortality at the smallest sizes. And that really should be something that we expect, not something that we would test for. It should just be the default assumption. So we tackled these things in two ways. And I guess I should have had a refresher slide on here, which is that in the two long time series models, we have always, since we built the models, estimated natural mortality for both males and females. In the two short time series models, we have, up until now, always fixed female natural mortality and estimated males. The sex ratio in the survey data is enough to inform the relative natural mortality, but we've always kept female natural mortality fixed at 0.15. And I'll talk more about where that came from in a minute. So one of the highlights from the Kaplan workshop was that most age-based stock assessments are now using Owen Hamel's prior, which is a meta-analysis across a large number of marine fish species that's based just on the longevity of the fish. So for a fish that's 55 years old, which is the maximum age we've got for halibut, and we've recorded several fish at that age, so it's not just an outlier due to aging error. That would put our point estimate for mortality at 0.098, with a prior from the meta-analysis as shown here, with a plausible range from roughly 0.05 to somewhere approaching 0.25. The thin lines are the 95th percentiles of that prior.
So this is essentially the Honig method?
It's essentially the Honig method, but Owen's addition was to make it a predictive interval, sort of treating the confidence interval versus prediction interval properly in that meta-analysis, and I think he added maybe a bunch more species as well. So as far as I know, that Owen's meta-analysis is kind of the standard go-to for where you get a prior on natural mortality, if you have a species where you're pretty confident in the aging and you've got an age-based stock assessment model. So we added this prior to the models this year, and I'll show you the effect of that down the road. For the long time series models, it basically didn't matter. The data override the prior. But our hope was that this would start to give us a little bit of traction toward estimating M in the shorter time series models. We also then, to get at size-based mortality, and I don't have time in this presentation to go through all the details, but in the document you'll see a longer background on this. We put together our own meta-analysis of all the flatfish stock assessments we could find in the North Pacific, with the idea that Pacific halibut, by the time they're 3 or 4 years old, are already as big as most other flatfish species. And so the natural mortality rates for other flatfish should be indicative of the natural mortality rate for halibut down to roughly that age of 3 or 4 years old. And so we're trying to find the age at which we need to think, well, where is this really going to ramp up beyond all of these other things? Assuming that disease and predation and other factors are going to be relatively shared across at least some of these stocks. So we're reaching a little bit, but it seemed like a logical place to start looking for information. The table 9 in the document gives you the references to all the assessments that we did and all of the actual L infinities and the M's, whether they were male or female specific. I'm going to just cook this all down into a single figure here, and it'll take me a minute to describe this. Oh, not quite yet. Sorry, I got ahead of myself. Before I show you the meta-analysis, let me just recap again from Kaplan. I may have covered this already. Yeah, okay. The only other thing I want to say about the expectation that M should be size or age based is that how is it that we usually get away with this in stock assessment with not worrying about this? And the reason is because we usually don't have data on, say, ages 0, 1, and 2. And if you don't have any data, then your recruitment estimates just scale all this away. You estimate enough recruitment to get to age 3 or age 4 or age 5 or wherever you effectively start your model with data and information, and it all just kind of comes out in the wash. The reason why we felt it was important to introduce it here is because we wanted to do this renewed look at the PDO. And if we're looking at recruits, the PDO is operating on larval fish. So we wanted to get the scaling right on the zeros in order for the relative year class strengths to be on the right scale for evaluating things like PDO. So the bottom line is that the natural mortality for 0s, 1s, and 2s for halibut really doesn't matter because we don't have any direct observation of those ages, except in our efforts to link this recruitment to other factors. So I think by going down this road, we're opening the door for perhaps more work and more insight into potential covariates on recruitment, getting those age 0 recruits on the right scale to be able to measure them against environmental conditions and other ecosystem variables. So that's our rationale for going down this road. This figure shows you, this is from trawl data starting at age 2, and this shows you the size and age of Pacific halibut, males and females separated, just to illustrate that for these younger ages, dimorphic growth is not that important. They don't really start to separate until they get out to 7 or 8 years plus. 2, we don't have any data less than age 2, so that dashed line is just attaching to the origin, just so we get some idea a 1-year-old halibut actually is somewhere around 10 centimeters, and larval fish are down in that range of, you know, 5 centimeters, 5 to 8, I think, centimeters. So this just sets the scale for the age range of these fish. Now I'm going to take these sizes across these ages and we'll put size on the x-axis so we can compare across these other flatfish species. So this figure here now, we have size on the x-axis and estimates of M on the y-axis. All of these little dots, not the crosses, but the squares and circles, red and blue, are all of the M estimates from 26 flatfish assessments in the North Pacific. Not surprisingly, there's quite a lineup there at a value of 0.2, because if you don't know, that's what you do. The red and blue lines that go across are the status quo assumption of natural mortality from the two most extreme of the 4 models. So the short models fix natural mortality for females at 0.15, that's the red line, the lower red line, and the blue is the estimate of males from that model, so it's almost the same value. The higher value of I think it's 0.21 something, comes from the coastwide long model. That's the highest M of any of the 4 models, just to give you an idea of how halibut compare to all of these other species. And our takeaway from this, sorry, the gray lines are Owen's prior, shown for ages 3 and up, just for comparison to see how these various species fit in there. Our takeaway from this is that the estimates of natural mortality that we're getting for halibut at ages 3 and up are largely pretty consistent with flatfish that we're seeing across the North Pacific. Some are lower, some actually live slightly longer than halibut, but not much, and some are much shorter lived. Some of these ones that are way up high are actually starry flounder or Pacific sand dabs, which have really high turnover rates. We didn't take a quantitative approach to this. Mostly we're just trying to see if we were on about the right scale. And what we kind of expected to see is that some of these smaller flatfish, the ones that asymptote out at 30 centimeters, we kind of expected they would have a higher natural mortality than the ones that got larger, but they didn't really. And so what this suggested to us was that elevated mortality probably shouldn't be strongly affecting anything above about age 2 to be consistent with all of these other stock assessments. And so what we've implemented based on several, and there's some references in the document, but based on several ecosystem models, multi-species models that have been put together, as well as we looked at several assessments that already include elevated mortality for young fish. The crosses are what the implied natural mortality would be of translating those relationships from the multi-species models and ecosystem models and scaling them to the level of natural mortality we're getting for halibut, suggesting that at age 0 we should be getting something at least in the 0.5 to 0.6 range, regardless of what the older natural mortality would be. So this is our first cut at how to implement this. The key point is identifying the age at which this ramp comes down to a base level. And again, this is brand new. We've just come up with this, but our rationale is that from age 3 onward, based on size, our treatment of halibut is pretty consistent with what we're seeing across a wide range of flatfish existing in the same environment. So we then went ahead and implemented this elevated natural mortality at ages 0, 1, and 2 in each of these models. So that'll be included as one of the bridging steps as we go through this models.
And you're well aware of this, but it seems like there's a lot of potential here for just like self-reinforcing ideas, we're kind of recycling not data, but expected relationships here, right? I mean, it's most clear at 0.2, but a lot of the others, I suspect, are not based on estimates either. They're based on things like the homing method, other approaches, right? So
absolutely.
So I'm glad you didn't go to a quantitative meta-analysis. I think that would
we didn't do that. This is partially a qualitative assessment to make sure that our treatment of mortality is more or less consistent for a given size of halibut,
right?
As other stock assessments on these size fish.
I'd say what it shows is making the same assumptions that everyone else makes.
I think that would be the least strongest way we could describe this. Yes. But what we see is that when we do introduce these elevated levels of natural mortality at the youngest ages, we tend to get the same relative pattern in recruitment, but the highs tend to be a little bit higher and the lows tend to be a little bit lower because they have to get through this declining thing. And our hope was that by doing this, we would get a better, we'd be able to better find the relationships with PEO and other things. Because we were now operating on the right scale for the zeros where the recruitment activities take place. It turns out we didn't maybe get a whole lot from this, but we've gone there, and I think that by including, in NOAA terms, by including elevated natural mortality at the younger ages, this actually makes these ecosystem assessments now.
Well,
that was a joke. But okay. So the next data-related avenue that we went down was a revisiting of the starting sample sizes for all of these models. And what we wanted was a quantitative estimate of the maximum sample size, or if you want to think of this in terms of variance, the minimum variance that could be associated with each year's specific age composition. The variance of an age composition is going to depend on the sampling. It's also going to depend on the underlying population. When you have strong cohorts, it's easy to measure them. When you have a lot of diffuse cohorts, it's harder to measure them. So it takes more sampling to get a powerful sample or a small variance. And so this annual interaction between sampling designs and population clustering and variability, based on the work of Pennington and lots of people for a number of decades, we know that this sort of thing is variable. And so Owen and I put together this method of bootstrapping and calculating the effective sample size about 8 years ago now. And it resamples from the raw data using the sampling program. So you resample samples, or in the case of the survey, you resample stations randomly from within strata, and then you resample fish randomly from within stations. And you do that repeatedly, and you create a distribution, and you compare the age composition you get from each resample to the original, and you find out how variable they are, and then you turn that into a sample size, basically. So it's a published paper. The reference is in there. It's Owen and I from 2014. This method isn't perfect. It doesn't include variance associated with missing parts of the population. So if you don't go sample someplace, you bootstrap what you have left, you're not bootstrapping the place that you didn't sample. And so any unbalanced, completely unbalanced designs don't get propagated through. So that's why this is a minimum variance. It doesn't include the variance associated with missing areas. But I would assert, and we did in the paper, and it's been used in a number of analyses, that this is a much better starting place for sample sizes in stock assessment models than just putting in the number of trips or survey stations, or God forbid, the number of fish, which still happens in some assessments. So we went through this, and I'm cutting out about 3 or 4 weeks of running time on my computer to show you this graph, which is that we actually had a lot more information content in the data than we were admitting when we just put in the raw number of samples. So the one-to-one line here, if we bootstrapped a sample size that was exactly equal to the number of samples, everything would have been right on the one-to-one line. And this is fishery data, survey data. This is just everything in one place, so we can see the general relationship. I've drawn in a 4-to-1 line there just to show you that more or less we're actually getting about a sample size of 4 for every sample that we collect. Noting that we're collecting a range of fish. Some samples are going to have 3 or 4 fish, and some are going to have 100. But on average, we're getting about 4. There's several tables in the document that provide you more detail by individual data source and averages over fishery data versus survey data. But the takeaway is that it's not everything's lined up perfectly on the number of samples. Some years, you take a few fish and you get a lot of information. And other years, you take a few fish and they're all the same age and you get very little information. So by bootstrapping the whole thing, we actually capture that heterogeneity between fleets and between years within fleets. Now, some of the interesting things, and this figure takes a minute to get your head around because it's the number of fish sampled on average per sample that was collected and the effective sample size coming from that. So the black line at the bottom would be 1-to-1. Basically, if your effective sample size went up every time you measured a fish or aged a fish, everything sorry, I said that wrong. The diagonal black line, that's the 1-to-1 line. So if you got basically a sample size of 1 every time you aged a fish, it would be, everything would be on that upper black line. At the bottom, if it didn't make any difference how many fish you collected, and you only got if every fish in every sample were identical, and the only increase in information was by collecting more samples, everything would be on the black line on the bottom. There's more background on this in the paper if you want to dig into it. But generally, our data show that when we measure more fish, we tend to get more information back. That's all of these dots here toward the upper line, but not as good as 1 fish per. 4B is the exception here. So in 4B, there is apparently quite a lot of clustering, either in the population or in the sampling. And what we find there is that we can collect a whole lot more fish and we don't get a lot more information content. If we want more information, we have to collect more samples in 4B. And so this is actually a place where although this effort was designed to improve the inputs to the stock assessment, this is a place where we can actually have already started to provide feedback to Jason's team about, hey, what can we do to improve the number of samples we're collecting in 4B, rather than just taking, in some cases, almost 100 fish out of a single delivery, which is a waste of our time. So this is a place where we're getting some crossover between the assessment and our data collection, and maybe speaks to some of the questions we've had about the 5-year research plan in terms of ongoing refining of our monitoring and tools that we might use to do that. But at the end of the day, we now have input sample sizes that are data derived, so they're not arbitrary. They come from the sampling program, and this is a process. Now that we've done all the historical years, it's quick to just add a year and bootstrap a single year. So this is something I can easily do as a routine part of this stock assessment to update the input sample sizes. This, as I'll show you when we get down into the model results, what this did for us, because we generally have more samples than we were using as the maximum previously, we now can, when we iterate the sample sizes in the model, they're not running up against that cap. And so we have very few cases now where the iterated sample size in the model is essentially capped at the minimum variance estimate, which we used to base on the number of samples, but now we have a true variance estimator to go with that. So I think this is a major improvement. It's something I kind of feel like I should have done it sooner, since we wrote the paper 8 years ago, but we hadn't, and now we have. So there it is. The next data component is marine mammal depredation. We know this is occurring, and this is not a source of natural mortality, although whales certainly eat halibut occasionally on free swimming. There's no doubt that there is an elevated level of mortality associated with whales depredating on longline fishing. This is something that's really difficult to quantify, though. And as we've discussed at SRB020, our first look down this was Ray's work using our survey, using the space-time model to estimate the amount of catch that was lost when whales show up on our survey stations. And so using the space-time model was great because we can draw on previous years' catch rates, subsequent years' catch rates, and surrounding stations to predict what we would have seen if the whales hadn't been feeding on those fish. And so he came up with some estimates. They're in this document here. So ideally, we now have an estimate when killer whales or when sperm whales show up. We now have an estimate of their effect on the catch rate. What we don't know is how frequently they show up. And we know that that's going to be different for the survey than it is for the fishery, because the survey uses short sets and we move frequently to avoid whales. So we actually encounter whales potentially far less frequently than the commercial fishery, which makes long sets. They like to stay in the same area, maybe even making multiple sets near each other, where we have a minimum of 10 nautical miles between our stations. So there's no way to use the survey as a proxy to say how often is the fishery encountering whales. We need to get that information from the fishery. So this first effort was to look at some of the logbook information that's been collected. In 2017, we rolled out some fields in the logbook that were asked the fishermen to record, A, did you see whales? If so, what species and how many? And B, did you have any depredation? Did you have any damage that occurred to your gear or to your catch? So we're asking you, did you have bent, broken, or missing hooks? Did you have only lips coming back or only heads? Or did you have clearly damaged fish? those two things we found from our survey analysis are indicative of whale depredation. So we specifically didn't ask them to tell us how many fish did the whales eat, because we know they can't tell us that any more than we can tell them that. So that's a key part of what we've asked. We rolled this information out in 2017. It's been a rocky start. So we've had, we currently, the Canadian electronic logs don't include this information. So our port samplers are left interviewing people at the dock, potentially 5 or 6 days later, about whether and how many damaged hooks they had on set number 2 last Thursday. So that's not ideal. In Alaska, it took several years to get the logs into circulation because people will have a logbook, they work their way through it. Sometimes it's 2 seasons before they get a new logbook. So the data didn't really start to accumulate until 2019. And we've learned a couple things so far. The first one is that this is a really sensitive topic. I mean, we're all aware that there's a lot of news coverage of whale entanglements through here. And there haven't been a lot of whale entanglements apparently in the halibut fishery, but it's something that our fishery is very concerned about, very sensitive to. And candidly, we're being told that they really don't want to provide this information. And we don't have any way to force them to do this. And so this is one of the big challenges. In addition, because this is new information in our logs, we've had a lot of confusion from our port samplers and from people filling out the logs about the difference, for example, between I didn't see any whales or I didn't really look and I don't remember. And so we have a mix of zeros and NAs and other things. And you can all appreciate how challenging it is to ferret out where the data really are good and where they're not. So that's all a caveat to say this is a very preliminary assessment. And we are really, the goal of this is not necessarily to provide a quantitative change to the stock assessment. It's more to provide some feedback to our data collection program and see where we need to go. And then generally to see kind of what are we getting? Is it even remotely related to what we've already documented in the survey? The short answer is yes, but we've got work to do. So there's more background in the document than this, but I'm just going to give you a couple of highlights. This is the rates in terms of percent of sets that have both whales observed and gear damage. And you can imagine there are probably some depredation cases where they didn't see the whales, and there are probably some cases where they saw the whales, but there wasn't any gear or catch damage, at least documented. So this is probably a minimum estimate, but the general pattern corresponded pretty well with the survey, which is that killer whales are most active in 4A. And that's exactly what Ray showed you guys last fall. The survey encounters killer whales primarily in 4A, a little bit in other places. But note the scale here. So we're looking at somewhere around 2% of sets incurring depredation, which honestly is not very high. I did calculate in the document, there are some tables or some figure bar charts showing just the raw difference in catch. So I just took all the catch rates for that area and compared them with and without reported whale depredation, just to see in a very raw sense, are they lower? Now, that makes the assumption that the catch rate they would have had is the same everywhere, which we know is not true. But in fact, the raw average catch rates were pretty similar in the fishery, and I don't have the figure here, it's in the document. We're pretty similar to what we saw in the FIS, which is that roughly half the catch might be lost when killer whales are present. So definitely something that seems worthy of further investigation is our preliminary conclusion. In terms of sperm whales, 3A pops up, which is the same area that we documented the most sperm whale interaction on the FIS. But again, we're on the order of 1 to 2% encounter rates being reported. Honestly, this does not correspond to what people are telling us on the dock. People are telling us that the encounter rates are far higher than this. So the one conclusion is we need to refine our data collection methods to make sure we're accurately capturing this information. And 2, I think we need to do an outreach program to try and convince people that it would be helpful in the long run to have this information rather than not. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. The third kind of marine mammal depredation is pinnipeds. Similar to the survey, this seems to be a Southeast Alaska and BC phenomenon. But again, note the scale. This is around 0.5% of sets. So it's not not a high frequency of occurrence. And there's really no, for these guys in particular, there's no effect or no detectable effect on the raw catch rate, which tells me not that there's no effect, it tells me that's not the right way to look at it. Because if pinnipeds show up where the fishing's good, and they reduce the catch back down more toward the average, then it doesn't look like there was any change in the catch. But that's, we know they're eating some fish. So the raw change in catch rate was just a way to take a quick look at it. It's not the way we would address this quantitatively. Quantitatively, we would link this up with survey observations and use survey offsets estimated with the space-time model to apply to these sets. So that's where we like to get to eventually. I think I have, yeah, one more slide. So the conclusion on this was we're not quite ready to try and put this in the assessment yet. One, because it looks like a pretty small component of the overall mortality, and two, because we still need to do some work on our data collection and potentially our outreach. But I think the prognosis on this one is challenging because marine mammal interactions are getting more sensitive, not less sensitive. And so the incentive for people to report this information is not getting better. And to be honest, I'm not that optimistic that even a huge outreach program is going to appreciably change this. So some other steps, some other avenues we might go down, it's potentially, the sablefish assessment uses observer records to get at this, but observers are not always looking for marine mammals. And they're not always in the right places and times to capture that information. In addition, observers are not on under 40-foot vessels in Alaska. So a lot of the effort in Alaska occurs on these small boats, which fish in different places than the larger boats that carry observers. So we're going to need a slightly more sophisticated solution than just observer data. But I think that's probably the next place we need to look for some supplementary information.
You could probably at least look at a non-reporting rate from comparing the observed trips with logbooks, unobserved trips. Right?
That's possible. We don't think we have the link. I don't think we know for the logs we have. I don't think we have a record of how to link those to an observer record. Yeah, because we do our own data collection program and they do their own data collection program. So I would be, Jason might know, but I would be surprised if we could link our logs to their observer records by individual set.
Yeah, I think that would be a challenge.
But you couldn't at least do like dates and vessels that were observed and dates and vessels in your logbooks?
Maybe.
You could potentially match, we have fish ticket data, probably match it up with fish ticket data, but it wouldn't give you set by set.
Yeah, you could just
But you could do it by trip.
Yeah, exactly.
We have a good working relationship with the observer program. We have access to their data. There's definitely some work. We can go down the same kind of road that the sablefish assessment has gone on. Although we worked with them closely because they use the same logs as well. We worked with them closely to add these fields to the fishermen's logbooks because the coverage is not that high. When we're looking at coverage in the range of 15 to 20% in Alaska on the over 40-foot boats in the longline fishery, and the under 40s are nothing.
Yeah, that's fine,
So-
but I don't think you need huge numbers to estimate a reporting bias.
Maybe not. That's a good idea. Something we can definitely look into.
Is there
So-
any reason to think the reporting bias would be different for the under 40 vessels versus the larger ones? I mean, is this a problem that?
I'm not sure that
I'm
not sure the reporting bias would be different, but I think that the encounter rate might be quite different
And that's fine.
because they're fishing in different places.
Yeah, totally. But if
Yeah.
your reporting bias, if you believe that that's consistent among vessels and you can estimate it for the large vessels that have observers, you apply it to the logbooks from the small vessels.
That's worth looking into. I also don't know if the reporting, that I think you'd have to assume that the people. Oh, I guess. Yeah, I'll have to think about that. This is a tough one. And so it's a work in progress. So we've sort of gone as far as we think we can right now. As I note here, we need to do some refinement on our data collection to make sure that we're collecting the best, clearest records we can, but then we also need to find some ways to incentivize participation in this. And there's a misconception out there that if they report whale depredation, we're just going to take it off the quota. And that's true. But what they're missing is that if they report depredation, then the catches go up, then the biomass estimate goes up. So when we take it back off, in the case of sablefish, it was basically a wash. The population estimate went up and the catch came down. and there was very little net change on the overall quotas, but that's still the conception out there, which is a hard one to argue against.
Perception that matters.
There's also the real concern that if they report high rates of interaction, that's going to be grabbed onto by people concerned about entanglement and used to somehow limit the fishery. Even though we don't see a lot of entanglement in this fishery, just admitting that all these interactions are going on, and I can't tell them it's not potentially dangerous. So that's the other challenge we have. I'll leave it at that. Okay, we're through the data section, or at least the overview of the data section. We're doing good. We have another half an hour until lunch, and I'm happy to do a working lunch or a partial lunch and then keep talking as you guys see fit. We're doing quite well. We're about a third of the way through the presentation. I think we're roughly a third of the way through the day in terms of hours that we have, so I think we're right on track. So now I'll move into the modeling and talk a little bit more specifics about the modeling approach here. As I've already described, the ensemble that we've been using since 2014 was the first year that we had 4 models included. Each of these 4 models represents a different way to aggregate the data. And what we've seen over time is that this approach to using an ensemble instead of a single stock assessment model has provided us some benefit over time related directly to the central tendency. Alan and I published a paper a couple of years ago just showing that when you have models that respond differently to new information, some go up, some go down, the average of those is much more stable than any single model in the set. And this has actually been quite a big benefit to the Halibut Commission, coming off a period when we had models, a single model that had a huge retrospective pattern and led to a lot of instability in the annual year-to-year process. Now, enough back padding. The real reason why we've had so much stability is because the stock has been effectively flat over this entire time period, and these models do very well when the stock is relatively stable. We've had a little up and a little down. So we've really tested this approach over what I would say is a very easy period in terms of population dynamics. We're not seeing a huge drop in the stock, and we're not seeing a huge increase. As Sean noted yesterday, when the dynamics are going rapidly up or rapidly down, that's when these models really have to chase their tail and catch up. So it's a good approach, and it's working well now, but it's not necessarily all to our credit. So we're also under the recent periods pretty easy conditions. Specifically, what we've got is a 2x2 cross. So we've got 2 coast-wide models and 2 areas as fleets models. Areas as fleets models are not spatially explicit. They still model the stock as a single stock, but they allow for fisheries in different places around the geography to have different selectivity and different catchability relative to the coast-wide total. So it allows for different fisheries to have some different demographics, but it's not the same thing as having explicit movement between areas, the way the operating model is. So, as I mentioned, we did spend several years trying to add a spatially explicit model to this mix, and we just haven't gotten there in a formal statistical estimation model. The other axis between coastwide and areas as fleets is the length of the time series. And I worked for a long time at the Northwest Fisheries Science Center, where the philosophy is start the model when the fishery starts and plan it forward, because then you don't have to worry about the initial conditions. I also have worked extensively with people in Alaska, where the philosophy is generally start the model when the data starts and make the initial conditions pretty flexible and don't get caught up in crazy, uncertain historical dynamics. And I think if you look around the world, you can find lots of both of these cases. So our approach here has been, well, let's just do both, because one is not obviously better than the other. And if the commission hires a new assessment person next year, they might come in and have another idea of how to do this. But at least we have several different versions, so we're not reliant on just one approach. This the key for me and I'm not going to spend a lot of time arguing about why we should use an ensemble versus a single model. We've published several papers on that, and we had a lot of discussion in 2019. the key for me is that when you have an ensemble of models, each model in the ensemble should be capable of being its own standalone assessment. It should cross the minimum threshold for being a model that you would base management advice on. That differs a little bit from some of the literature that we're starting to see of people doing these massive grids of parameters and creating super ensembles of models that include parameter combinations that I think are highly implausible. And they might be heavily downweighted, but I'm not yet on that bandwagon. I think for our approach, what we're trying to do is admit that there's structural uncertainty related to who built the model and how you're treating the data, and we're trying to roll that into the management advice. But certainly, I think we've seen, since we started doing an ensemble, there's been a lot of additional work, and I think over the next decade there'll be a lot more, and maybe all of these camps will start to come together eventually. But I'm assuming for now that we are going to stick with an ensemble going forward. It's served us pretty well in the last few assessments. So I don't have time to go through all of the structural assumptions. I would direct you to table 14, which provides a lot of the sort of specific detail about the structural assumptions. I'll hit on just a few. I've already mentioned these are age-based models. As Alan mentioned yesterday, we don't deal with size at all. Trying to do a growth curve in these models is a nightmare. I spent better part of a year trying to do that, and given the variability of size and age, the dimorphic growth, and the fact that growth has changed over time for halibut, it's a mess. And since we have such incredible empirical weighted age, that's a far superior solution to dealing with. So we just cut the growth curve right out entirely, and we go right to empirical weighted age. Ironically, this is going back to the way a lot of age structured models were done before the stock synthesis period, when most things were just done with empirical weighted age, not trying to integrate a growth curve in there. We use simple Pope's approximation for fishing mortality. Getting to Sean's question from yesterday, we assume that the survey demographics and survey index are taken instantaneously in the middle of the year. It's not a perfect proxy because the survey does take 3.5 or close to 4 months to complete, but that's the assumption that we're using. The models all have a stock recruit relationship with annual deviations that are tuned, as I'll speak to that in a second. We fix steepness. This is something that we spent a considerable amount of time in 2019 and earlier years investigating. The data suggests there's very little density-dependent recruitment signal in the halibut data with 100 years of age comps, that most of this is being driven by exogenous factors, but yet we are not comfortable saying it's independent, that recruitment is independent of spawning biomass. And so over the years, we have settled on a steepness of 0.75. We did 2 years ago and 3 years ago, we did extensive sensitivity analyses of likelihood profiles and things. And the takeaway is, for me, fixing steepness in one of these models when you're allowing the deviations to do what they need to do doesn't affect the time series much. But don't think we can take MSY out of this model, because the MSY is going to be heavily driven by our assumption of steepness. So that's where I think we're really benefiting from having a harvest policy and harvest strategy analysis that's based on a whole nother set of models, and just using the assessment model as a tactical tool to estimate the current trend and status and limited projections in the next few years, where steepness is not such a critical quantity. In the short models, we estimate an initial offset to the stock recruit relationship. So basically, we can be out of equilibrium at the beginning of the model. And then we also estimate numbers at age in the initial vector, such that it's effectively free recruitment leading in without having to model a burn-in period. So the initial conditions in the short models are as flexible as they can be in the context of a purely age-structured model. We have numbers at age estimated for all the ages except the plus group, and the scale of the plus group is dictated by the equilibrium condition, which is an estimated parameter, this initial offset to the stock recruit relationship. So basically, we should have no effect of the initial conditions, but we've also divested ourselves of any historical information that might have been there. When we start the time series in these short models, we're starting from 1992, and the model knows nothing about what happened previously. It can see the 1987 year class at age 5 coming into the data, but all of the information about yield and stock recruit relationships and M and everything else is not there in these short models. So that's the trade-off. The PDO coefficient, which might be my next slide. No, not yet. I'll speak more to how we model the PDO specifically, but the PDO, a link from R0 or equilibrium recruitment to the PDO is included in both of the long time series models as an estimated coefficient. And I'll speak to why I think that's the right way to treat these kinds of environmental variables when I get there. Some more basic structural assumptions. The coastwide models all assume asymptotic selectivity. We assume or allow dome-shaped selectivity in the areas as fleets models for the areas in which the older fish are not seen in the catch. So the east side of the stock tends to be younger fish, and we allow the selectivity of those fleets in the areas as fleets model to be dome-shaped. Again, as I talked about earlier, this is the assumption that the selectivity is not really dome-shaped. It's the combination of selectivity and availability, because the old fish are way out west. So the fishery in Canadian waters can't catch fish that are in the Aleutian Islands. So this is where this areas as fleets approach is kind of a proxy for spatial structure, but not really spatial structure. And Andre Punt and some others have done some simulation work showing that areas as fleets, sometimes it helps a little bit. Sometimes it's better than not having any concept of spatial structure, but it's definitely not a perfect solution. It's a proxy, and it works under some conditions. It doesn't work that great under really strong spatial dynamics. So it is what it is. We allow, I think my next slide speaks to how selectivity is parameterized, and I'll speak, that's easier to describe with a figure in front of you. But the key for process deviations, where we are allowing selectivity to change over time, both the ascending limb, the peak, and the scale for males in most fleets, the key for this is that we are tuning these process error deviations such that we should be generating an unbiased estimate of that sigma. It's not an estimated quantity. So this is not like doing REML or a hierarchical model where you can estimate that variance component. In a maximum likelihood context, you will always get a biased estimate of the variance component in a process error deviation. That's why they have state space models. That's why you do in a hierarchical model, a truly Bayesian hierarchical model, you could do that. But in a maximum likelihood sense, you can't do that. But some smart people, Methot and Taylor, over a decade ago, figured out that you can approximate an unbiased process error variance by including both the variance of the deviations as well as the variance among the deviations. The combination of those two things provides you an unbiased estimate. And so if you tune your sigmas to equal that value, and their illustration was with recruitment deviations, you end up with an unbiased iterated value of that. It's great. It's a little time consuming. It's not the easiest thing to do, but it should be internally consistent and unbiased. It also doesn't propagate the uncertainty in these variance components. So this is where this kind of approach to modeling is not as good as a true state space model, because a state space model, you'd estimate that variance, and that the variance of the variance gets propagated into the answer. So that's, in just a few words, that's the, in a nutshell, the difference between these what I'll call standard statistical catch at age models and a true state space model. So we're approximating the behavior, but we're not getting quite all the benefits. Pragmatically, this isn't as bad as it sounds, because you estimate, you put a big variance in, you tune it, you get a variance out, you reduce the variance to match what you're getting, and usually one or two iterations and you're there. And even fairly large changes in data weighting in these models don't correspond to much change at all in these signals. So we did update them for this assessment, but they really don't change very much. Once you've captured the variability that's actually needed to fit the data, you're sort of there, and they settle right down. So this sounds worse than it is. To me, the important parts are the internal consistency. Okay, this is just a simple schematic of how we're treating selectivity. So this is a case where we have separate selectivity for males and females, with males estimated as an offset from females. This is really convenient because as selectivity shifts over time, if male and female size at age is shifting over time together, we can allow selectivity to shift, and we don't need a whole second set of time varying parameters to allow that to translate from males to females. We can estimate one set of time varying parameters and still maintain the fact that males don't get selected until several years later than females, and propagate that through. However, we do allow starting this year with the sex ratio data we have, we can allow that peak, the scale of selectivity to differ between males and females, and allow that to vary over time as well. So we can pick up those small changes in the sex ratio over time as they correspond to that to the rest of the curve. So the time varying components are the ascending limb of selectivity, the age at which selectivity peaks, and then new for this year, the offset between males and females, with the offset for males an estimated parameter on the ascending limb, but not time varying. It's just capturing the variability coming from females. So in a nutshell, this is as parsimonious a way that we can find to allow for selectivity to be relatively free to fit the data over time.
Relatively free with an asymptotic.
In the case of asymptotic, yes, and in the areas as fleets models for region 2 and 3, these are dome shaped, but they function the same way. I'm just showing you an asymptotic case here. And when they're domed, we obviously have to estimate 2 more parameters to dictate the dome.
I didn't catch this in the document. What does that time varying offset look like? Is there a trend?
Yeah, they do show trends, and there's figures in the supplementary material. In fact, if we have time, we can go and look at a few. Generally, they show some trends, and for some of the cases, they're fairly intuitive in that as size at age has declined, selectivity is shifting to the right, and then actually shifting back toward the left a little bit at the end of the time series, where we're seeing size at age actually recover a little bit. It's not exact because there's other factors going on with selectivity.
So that makes sense, but I'm talking about the offset between males and females. Is there a trend in that offset?
Oh, yeah.
Since you're allowing it to vary with time.
Not much, because the data, we only have 4 years of data right now. It's just at the very end of the time series. And the data themselves have only ranged from about 78% female to about 82% female. So it's fairly small now. But this is where allowing this parameter to be freed up, if things start to change, it's going to play right into the model. We don't have to then add a new approach. So this is, to me, this is the right year to make this change to set us up for long-term collection of these data. Okay, and yeah, so there we go. I was trying to guess at the values. Luckily, I got them right. It is the range has been 72 to 82%, 78 to 82%. These are the 4 years we have so far, and as I mentioned earlier, we are expecting to have the 2021 samples finished in time for the fall for the 2022 assessment. Some interesting patterns. I don't want to spend a ton of time on this, but you just note that, for example, region 4 has quite a bit higher fraction female than especially region 4B. 4B is an interesting area. So the fish live a really long time out there. That's where all of our oldest fish come from, and the growth is effectively linear. It's slow. It's a little slower growth than the other areas. The yield per recruit curve is shifted out to the right in 4B. But because these fish, because they live a long time, they're more males tend to show up in the catch because more of the males are getting above that minimum size. You might think that it corresponds to a lower effective harvest rate in region 4B, but actually the trends don't suggest that. So we've got lots of questions about 4B, and I think my last slide suggests that 4B and the Russian border will be the 2 places where our thinking about spatial dynamics may be most important moving forward.
So do you think that's environmental there or genetic?
I think 4B could be functioning more as part of a different stock than any other part of this, the range of health. We're on that cusp of learning through genetics more about that. I guess you probably talked about that, you and Andy. So I'm just kind of trying to give you a smattering of what I think are some of the key relationships and how we're modeling them. I think that this approach to treating the PDO is a pretty good one. And so we're estimating the link between the spawner-recruit relationship and the PDO via this link coefficient, or beta. And effectively what this is doing is, on a log scale, this is creating an offset to R0, which is then used in the Beverton-Holt relationship. To me, the important thing about this approach is that we're not treating this the PDO as data. And so by putting it in the model in this way, if I were to put in Chinese soccer scores instead of the PDO, presumably the model would just estimate a beta value that went to 0, and they would scale right out of the problem. And so we're not, to me, this is a no downside way of including environmental information, because if you put junk in, you don't get junk out, you get nothing out. The beta coefficient goes to 0, and you get the recruits you would have got without putting the relationship in. So I'm kind of a recruitment climate skeptic, and to me this feels like a relatively safe way to implement it. It also happens to be consistent with the way some smart guys in the past have included it in the halibut assessment, and the coefficients continue to hold up, as I'll show you in a few slides, pretty similar to what have been estimated for a long time. We'll talk more about that when we get there.
Yeah, I mean, it's safe if you only use 1 or 2 Welches and covariates rather than turn a whole set at it. Rick Francis has that paper on it.
Yes. If I were to try 100, I would find a good one,
if you
even
dredge it,
from the
yeah,
soccer schools. Yes. And I think that's often forgotten in the literature of linking recruitment links.
Just a question on the second equation here. Are you're not estimating R0 and P0, right? That P0 is derived from the R0?
Correct. Yeah, and I'm sorry, the parentheses disappeared in Adobe Connect took my parentheses away. I could have written this out as the Beaverton, but you're right. The B0 is just calculated. The only 2 estimated parameters in there are steepness and R0, and R0 by R prime, R0 prime. So 3 estimated parameters, including the beta.
R0 and beta, and steepness is fixed.
Correct. But the deviations themselves are all estimated.
Right.
And so honestly, you could get the same recruitment time series if you by tuning the sigma on recruitment deviations, you can get the same series no matter what relationship you put in. You'll still, if you have informative data, you'll get back the right recruitment series. Okay. I realize this is a fast pass through a lot of equations, but we got a lot to cover today. So I want to speak, I've mentioned this several times. I just want to reiterate that we are downweighting the age data on several components here, each one for slightly different reasons. The non-directed discards, we are having to convert lengths to ages based on an age length key from trawl data. And we know that there are fisheries and sectors and other places where this information is not missing, or is missing. So even though we weight these up into a composite non-directed discard age composition, the sampling is not complete over all possible fisheries. In older models, they just asserted a selectivity curve that included a bunch of 2 to 8-year-olds and said that's it. The benefit of you going this route with some data, basically using an empirical prior on this, is that we're propagating some uncertainty in that selectivity curve into the result, which I think is preferable, although it's not perfect. Ideally, we would have great sampling and a full statistical design and build these all up into great age composition data. But 1, we don't get otoliths from non-directed discards because they'd have to kill the fish. And 2, we don't do any of this sampling ourselves, so we don't really have control over which sectors get sampled at what level. So all we can really do is weight them up based on the relative mortality in each of the components and do our best. I don't know, for better or worse, this is what Jason was doing for us in his previous job for a number of years, was creating the non-directed discard length frequencies from the West Coast Observer Program. So he's the expert on this topic, not me. From the recreational sector, the challenge is slightly different. We do have age data, but it only comes from one of the regulatory areas. 2C and 2B don't collect age data. So we use the age compositions from 3A, but we recognize that they're probably not perfectly representative of all recreational fishing. But again, they're the data that we have, so we use them as a prior and then downweight that. If we were to see a spike in recruitment associated with these recreational data, we wouldn't want to weight that heavily in the model because it might be an artifact of just the spatial extent of this sample. So again, this is this approach of using these as priors on selectivity. The directed discards have yet a different challenge, which is that they're discards, so we don't get ages from them. So what we do instead is we use the sublegal fish that are captured on the FIS, and we create an age comp from the survey catch of under 32 fish, and then we use that as a proxy for the age composition for the discards in the model. Again, it's not perfect, but it's better, I think, than just putting a fixed selectivity curve in and pretending like we know what it is. There is, for this data source, there is a comparison available because in Canadian waters, they have a mandatory logbook recording of sublegal discards by piece count. And so we do a comparison between the piece counts reported by the fishermen, which are electronically monitored and validated through video review. So they're held to those numbers. And where we compare them, it's actually a very good comparison. The year-to-year trends are pretty conserved between what the fishermen are reporting and what we see on the FIS. So it's a limited comparison, but where we can make the comparison, it suggests that the FIS isn't necessarily a bad proxy for what is being discarded by the commercial fishery. And as we talked about yesterday, this is up to 70% of catch by number in some regulatory areas. 3B is the highest area. So the majority of the fish they catch are sublegal and they're putting them back. Luckily, most of them survive, but it's an important component.
So can I just get some clarity on what's exactly being done here? So you're creating this hypothetical age data set, estimating selectivity for it. What is priors on selectivity?
So we create this data set, we put it in the model, and then we downweight it so that we can estimate selectivity, but basically nothing else.
So you're estimating selectivity for this
Yes.
downweighted.
In the model, so it's not because estimating selectivity external to the model is not very doable. I mean, the alternative that what used to be done in this assessment was just to create these distributions and eyeball them and say, well, selectivity is about this, and put that in the model and fix it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get my head around the way it's worded. This
Yeah, so
mechanism as to what is actually happening.
right, and that's why I'm putting priors in quotes, because I look at it as a prior on selectivity, but it's technically being treated just like any other age data in the model. It's just being downweighted.
You're estimating selectivity
Exactly.
based on some
Based
whatever
on
you
some
want to call it.
imperfect data.
Yeah.
Exactly. So we're certainly open to other ideas, but this has been the best way we can think of to propagate some uncertainty in these selectivity curves, keeping them more or less consistent with the data we do have, and allowing us to play on, but recognizing that we may never have great sampling for some of these components, just because it's beyond the scope of the IPHC. We don't do on the water observers, and we don't sample recreational catch, and we're not in charge of these non-directed fisheries, so we're reliant on all of the agencies. And the reality is, because these are discards, lengths are about the best we're ever going to do for most of these, because they're being discarded and they don't want to kill the fish. So the recreational, we could potentially have age data collected in more of the recreational fisheries, and we've asked for that, but most of the recreational sampling isn't really able to do that. But it's definitely something that we can ask for. The sampling programs in Alaska are much more focused on halibut, and that's why they can do this. I honestly don't know why they can only do it in 3A and not 2C.
What if the recreational processors might be a place to go for them? A lot of the recreational catch goes through the processor.
Yeah, for sure. It's probably beyond what we could do ourselves, but we might be able to work with the agencies to do that.
Well, yeah, in the end, I wouldn't call these priors.
Okay. Downweighted. Just take the header off.
Well, you're estimating selectivity.
Yeah.
You're just doing it from a non-ideal data set. You're done.
Yep. Okay, so that brings us now to the chain of bridging models for 2021. I realize I didn't go through all the technical specs, but they're all there. If you want to dig in, we can loop back and I can answer any specific questions. This is a pretty standard flow of the way we do this kind of stuff, in that we're trying to lay out a groundwork that is progressively moving forward. So each change is cumulative on the ones before it, and we can see the effect of each change as we go along. We always start from the previous assessment and extend the time series by 1 year so that we can play this all the way through to the final assessment this year without having a time change or a time series extension in the middle of the bridge somewhere. It doesn't change any of the historical estimates. We just make a 1-year prediction using the adopted catch limits, and then in the fall I replace the projected mortality with the actual mortality, and there we are. So we did update to, I think, to a couple different versions of stock synthesis during the year. It had no effect on the results. None of the features that changed in synthesis affected any of these models. This is not coincidence. Alan and I have learned through many years of working with stock synthesis that we don't like to use the beta version. We like to wait for the version where all the bugs have been sorted out. So we've gotten pretty good at waiting until the versions are stable, and then we have very little trouble. The first real substantive step we made was to add the prior on M and the increased M at ages 0 to 2. Then we added the bootstrapped age composition sample sizes. Then we went through the process of retuning the process sigmas and the observation error variances, or the sample sizes for the age comps, so to make those consistent. Then we added this time varying component to the scale of male selectivity to account for the recent sex ratio information. And then I've separated this off so we can focus on it specifically. We tested the estimation of M in the short models, and this is kind of a branch from the standard bridge because I wanted to be able to plot that separately and make it really obvious to see. These figures are all, I'm sorry, I didn't actually cross-reference these figures to the document. They are all in the document, but I didn't put the numbers on the slides. You can see that none of these changes made a hill of beans difference to the coastwide short model, for better or worse. Partly because national mortality is fixed in this model, so it's actually a pretty rigid model compared to the rest. The change that did matter, though, and this is again the coastwide short model, is you can see that the scale of the recruitment's changed, and this is exactly what we'd expect, right? Because I increased the M from ages 0 to 2, so the absolute scale of age 0 recruits went up accordingly. This is exactly what we were hoping to see. The relative strengths, you can see the same year. Big year classes are all still big, but I do want to call your attention to 2012 and 2013, because 2012 has gone up, but 2013 and I guess 2009 have both stayed a little bit lower. So maybe this caption isn't quite right, in that there is a little more contrast between the highs and the lows. And our hope was that this was actually going to help us refine potentially the PDO relationship. That this was better. This was a better estimate than the previous estimate. But again, this is it changes the estimates on an absolute scale, but we didn't really think we knew how many age 0 recruits were floating around in the North Pacific anyway. This is really just a scaling to get us into the data at ages 2+ that's consistent with the observations. The coastwide long model was also relatively insensitive to all of these changes. You can see the variance is quite a bit bigger here because M is estimated, but none of these changes were honestly very interesting. More difference, slightly more difference in the areas as fleets short model. And I apologize, it's a little bit hard to delineate which are the most important changes here, but they were the bootstrap sample size and the process error, because in these areas as fleets models, you've got signal coming from 4 regional fleets, and the relative difference in signal and difference in weighting does have an effect on the answer. You could also step back and say, well, yeah, right, that's still the same answer in this model, which I think it kind of is, especially relative to the difference among models. The more interesting case was the areas as fleets long model. So this one actually did show some difference. Most of this difference is in the historical period. And you can see there's effectively 2 different states that are being estimated for that period from like 1950 to 1980. And that has to do with how the selectivity is operating in that time period. And honestly, this model has been the most trouble of the 4. It takes the longest to run. It's much more complex. And as I'll get to down in the convergence diagnostics, this one, I've actually done several jitter analysis on this one, and this one occasionally gets caught in a local minimum that's related to the historical selectivity. It doesn't affect the end of the time series much, but it makes a big difference in the middle. And so small changes in data weighting can jump this thing between different hypotheses about this early time period. That said, there's not a clear, like, this didn't all just walk in one direction. They're actually sort of bracketing both. I did notice that increasing M for less than age 3 seemed to have made a pretty big jump. And I was a little worried about that because I didn't expect that to affect anything. So I went back and I took the model that we have now and I took the elevated M back out again, and it didn't change the result. So I think that was just some kind of a minor interaction between the difficult likelihood surface early on and the convergence of this model. But I did want to clarify that the elevated M for ages 0, 1, and 2 wasn't actually driving a change in this model. But if I took it back out today, it wouldn't change the final results. So I want to focus a little bit more on what's going on natural mortality in some of these models. So these figures, the top row are females, the bottom row is males. The coastwide long models on the left and the Areas as fleets long models on the right. So these are the models that have always estimated 2 parameters each, males and females, separate natural mortality. As you can see, they're both actually fairly close. Males are slightly less than females in both cases. They are not terribly precisely estimated, but we're certainly updating the prior substantially. The black line is Owen's prior. And in both cases, the point estimate from the prior was 0.098. So it's suggesting quite a bit higher natural mortality than you would expect from the central tendency of that meta-analysis. Halibut are not like other fish in a lot of ways, and so I'm not that surprised. But I am somewhat reassured that we're not packed completely into the tail of the prior. The prior is actually relatively flat in the area where the MLE is, suggesting that it's not like we're just stuck at the high bound of the prior or something in this case. The data really do create a minima associated with these.
This is about as encouraging as you can hope to see. Right?
We've always, this is why every time I think, God, why don't I just throw these long models away and stick with the short ones? They're so much easier to work with. And then you look at this and you say, well, you're throwing away all the information about M. So it's, yeah, that gets to some of the discussion of the pros and cons of these models. But I think one of the pros of these models is definitely that they seem to estimate M pretty robustly. And having estimated M in these models since 2014, the values vary a little bit year to year, but like less than 0.01. They've always been in this range of 0.18 to 0.2-ish. Slightly higher for the coastwide long, a little bit lower for the Areas as fleets long. And that's somewhat to be expected because in the coastwide long, all the selectivities are asymptotic. And so to get rid of fish, you have to kill them. And the catch is the catch. The catch is the same in both of these. So that's somewhat to be expected. I wanted to provide this as context because the next piece is, well, what about the short models? And so I went back and looked a little bit. Oh, I realized I've just blown right over our lunch break.
Yeah.
Do you want me to pause here and eat, and
Yeah.
then we can revisit this?
Well, yeah, why don't we take like 10 minutes to get our lunches and reorganize and settle and do a working lunch, like you said?
Here we go again. So where we left off, we had just looked at natural mortality in the long models. Now we're getting to natural mortality in the short models. And we looked back through, actually as part of a different analysis, looking at the retrospective issues in the previous stock assessments. We had already summarized a number of years of stock assessments. So this table shows you the various models that had been in play since the late 1970s through, I think, 2012 or 11 or 12. And the purpose of that Stewart and Martell paper from 2014 was actually to look at the retrospective patterns in the treatment of selectivity. But we had also summarized as part of that the treatment of natural mortality. As you can see from the fourth column there, natural mortality had always been 0.2, like it was in all good stock assessments, until the 1998 stock assessment when it was changed to be 0.15. And I went back to that assessment, and the rationale basically was that it was slightly more conservative thing to do at the time. The late 1990s was a time of very high productivity for the stock, and the stock was still increasing toward that peak in the early 2000s. And I think they were not necessarily looking for ways to keep the quota from getting too high, but sort of looking for ways to keep the quota from getting too high at the time. There's very little other information. I'm sure they did, you know, Bill Clark had an extensive repertoire of papers on harvest policy looking at the implications of over or underestimating M, and I suspect this is probably related to that. But not to be critical of them at the time, but what this suggested to me was that the choice to move from 0.2, which had actually been estimated in some of the previous assessments, to 0.15 was not data driven. And I guess that's where I'm getting to, is that now 20 years down the road, we've got more information, and it seems like the data continue to indicate that a value higher than 0.15 is appropriate for Pacific halibut. And we've sort of posed the question this year, you know, at what point do we need to acknowledge that and start investigating estimating M in these models? In the 2019 assessment, we estimated M in both the short models, and it just went to the upper bound and stayed there. And so we concluded there was not yet enough information content. But of course, it's not quite that simple, because all of the other parts of the model configuration, the data weighting, the structure of the fleets, selectivity, everything else affects your ability or not to estimate M. So we thought it would be worth testing it out again this year. So when we estimated M in the short areas as fleets models, it actually was estimable this year. It did increase the time series to a modest degree above the model. And here I've cut out all the bridging steps except for last year's model, which is in blue, the tuned model from this year after process and observation error tuning, which was the biggest change that we saw this year, and then just estimating the base level of M. So I've cut out all those other steps just so we can see clearly what's going on here. And, you know, yes, it definitely increases the scale of the spawning biomass estimate, but I think also importantly, you end up with dramatically wider confidence intervals on the estimate, which some people look at that and say that's a bad thing because you don't have a very precise estimate. But I think in the context of providing probabilistic management advice, it is important for us to try to capture uncertainty where we can do it without sacrificing the integrity of the models.
It didn't get more uncertain. It just showed the real uncertainty that was there.
That's a great way to put it. Yes.
And usually when you see the previous model, you usually raise an eyebrow to the kind of, that's pretty tight.
Yeah, it's pretty tight. We've been thinking that about these short models for quite some time. So we wanted to investigate a little more what was actually going on and verify. So this is a likelihood profile. I'm sorry, I didn't color code, but I could have color coded the black series. But each of the black lines is a slice of the likelihood profile showing the spawning biomass associated with M values ranging from 0.1 to 0.25. And the order is unimportant because they're in exact order. It's perfectly correlated with the estimate of spawning biomass. It does affect the trend a little bit. When you get to very low natural mortality rates, you get a slightly more pessimistic trend. But largely, M is just a scaling factor in this model for directly on lower and higher spawning biomass. Noting that the MLE comes out to be 0.21 if we estimate it in this model, which is right in the range of the two long models. We then dug a little deeper and actually did the likelihood profile itself, looked at the various likelihood components, and I think somewhat reassuringly, the age data is the primary driver of indicating that low values of natural mortality are not consistent with the MLE. I'm always a little reluctant when I see huge contributions from things that are not data. We do have a pretty strong effect here of the initial equilibrium recruitment as well as the recruitment deves themselves. Part of that is an artifact. So when we do likelihood profiles, we don't go through and retune the deviations. So I think as you start to get to very extreme values, if you retuned the sigma that describes the recruitment deviations, you could generate more extreme recruitment time series that would help the model to fit very low values. So I want to be clear, right? We didn't retune that in every iteration of the likelihood profile. However, this profile, they're later in the presentation, but this profile actually looks a lot like the likelihood profiles for the long models in terms of the components and the value at the MLE and the curvature of the profile.
Flat on the right side.
It's pretty flat on the right, and I think that's not an uncommon result across lots of statistical catch and age models, which is that we can rule out low natural mortality because of the catch we saw, but we really, the higher it gets, the less we know about it. That there are high M, high productivity scenarios with a lot of recruitment variability that often fit our data sets reasonably well. So we concluded, at least for the moment, that it seems like it would be reasonable to estimate M in the the areas as fleets short model. This is not a decision that we have to make necessarily at this meeting, but we will have to make a final decision on this by September. But at present, it seems like this is estimable, and I think our recommendation is that we should try this moving forward. We'll circle back to this a little more when we get to the likelihood profiles in a minute. We did the usual diagnostics and convergence criteria investigations, starting the models from various initial parameter combinations to test for convergence. And this is the part that I always like the long model the least. It's the stickiest of the models. If you don't give it pretty good starting conditions, it has a hard time dialing in some of those historical selectivity patterns. And so, we did find that in several cases it wanted to stop at a minimum that was short of the global MLE, and so it required jittering those, or using an over-dispersed set of starting values to locate what appears to be the global MLE. But once we've done that, it does seem to be reliably staying at that value. So we have no, other than this being a somewhat more challenging model to work with, we don't have any indication here that these results are showing any non-convergence. We now sort of starting to get into, well, what do we think about these models? And I didn't try to load in a huge deck of fits to data here. I'm happy to go, we can jump in and look at some of that either in a couple slides here, or maybe even at the end we can look back and look at particular fits. But I'm just going to give you my qualitative assessment of what's going on. All these models are pretty well parameterized in terms of time varying selectivity and catchability. So they fit all the data sets quite well, including the FIS data set, both the index and the ages. They fit the fishery indices well because we allow catchability to change over time and selectivity. And so they have no trouble fitting the CPV time series. That does lead to more uncertainty than if we just made very simple assumptions about that. But I think that's appropriate, especially given the 100-year length of the CPV series. It would be folly to think that the proportionality of CPV to biomass hadn't changed in that time period. The bootstrapping, as I mentioned earlier, I think made a pretty substantial improvement in these models in terms of not constraining the iteration of the sample size. So we only have one place where the age data are constrained by the maximum sample size or the minimum variance estimate that we got from the bootstrapping, and that's 4B. And that's an area where, to give you an idea, on average, we're getting between 15 and 20 trips sampled per year. And we're getting a fair number of fish out of each trip, but to describe an entire area, of many miles of the Aleutian Islands with 12 or 15 trips, it's not surprising that that's fairly clustered data out there and that our sample sizes are low. So these are, I provide these next couple tables, and these correspond to a single table in the document, which is table 16. Just to speak to a couple things here. First is that we are generally using what's referred to as the Francis method for tuning the age compositions, which basically looks at the average age and compares that to the average age in the data and calculates a rough confidence interval based on the sample size and a normal approximation. And it says that if you are not fitting if the average age in the data is not pretty consistent with the average predicted age from the model, then you're putting too much emphasis on the data. This is a Chris Francis 2014 paper. It's in there. It is kind of emerging as the standard for tuning sample sizes in cases where we're not trying to estimate it, like using a Dirichlet multinomial or some other distribution where you can estimate the scaling factor.
Sorry, you said if they don't match, you're putting too much emphasis on the data.
Yes,
On what data?
the age data. So if your model is unable to track the mean age very well, then you downweight that data set until you are fitting it consistent with the input sample size and the confidence interval associated with that. So basically, your model prediction should be flying inside the confidence intervals on the observed mean age. If all of your predictions are outside the confidence intervals, your sample size is too big.
Blowing up the confidence interval.
So you expand the confidence interval, and that creates internal consistency in the model. So we use the Francis weight. We also provide the harmonic mean effective sample size, because that, sometimes referred to as the McAllister-Iannelli method, is another fairly standard way that we actually, many people used for a long time. I think it's starting to fall out of favor a little bit, but it's another comparison of the age comp, the prediction to the observed age comp. It generally comes up with a higher value than the Francis weight. They're provided here for your comparison. We also look at the maximum Pearson residual, and I think this is a step that many people miss when they sort of blindly apply the Francis method. Occasionally, you'll end up with cases where you start generating large numbers of very large Pearson residuals that are essentially mean that your model is completely implausible. Those data couldn't have existed given your model. And so, although we're generally following the Francis weight, when we start to see maximum Pearson residuals that are in excess of 3.5 to 4.5, which is getting out there into the very small probability range, we don't continue to upweight those data. And I think that's a really key step. There's some work that I'm sort of peripherally involved in with Jim Thorson, looking at other ways to characterize residuals to age composition data. There's this concept called pit residuals. There's a reference in the paper to an original paper that talks about pit residuals, and I think in the long run, we're probably going to get away from Pearsons and move toward pits, but we're not quite there yet. We're still working on the theory behind them.
What's the pit stand for?
Pit is, I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at the paper. They are not so easy to calculate as Pearsons, but they are a more commonly used diagnostic for a whole class of generalized models that deal with categorical data like this. I only note that because I think that there are other options out there, such as the Dirichlet and other distributions where you can estimate it. But at the end, the goal of this exercise in these models is to create internal consistency. So we're fitting the data as well as the sample size suggests that we should. And if we're not fitting the data that well, then the sample sizes get reduced, and therefore the variance should be, I won't say a variance from statistical catch-at-age model is ever accurate, but it's at least internally consistent. And it's interesting to see across these models that different fleets tune in different ways. They're not directly comparable because, for example, remember that the fishery data in the coastwide short model is only including recent data. So when we look at the average input sample size and we include all the data back in, for 80 years, that average is also reflecting some of those older years. So we're tuning each fleet separately.
Well, so I'm wondering, like, how do we interpret these numbers? Like, the fishery, 62 versus 294 for the harmonic. Is there an initial, is there a raw number there that you can?
There is. The bootstrap number is in a different table. Yeah, you're right. I should have put the starting value on here as well. The only place where these are all less than the input starting value. Those values are tabled in a different table in the document. The only place, well, none of these are hitting the minimum variance estimate from the bootstrap. If we go to the next table, you'll see some examples So 4B, the FIS from 4B at 41, that input is equal to the bootstrapped input. So in that case, the Francis suggests 50, so we're already fitting the data as well as we should, and we know that the variance, they shouldn't be any more precise than 41, because that's what we got from the bootstrap. So we don't continue to iterate upwards, because that's it. That's from the data. It's sort of like a survey index with a variance associated with the survey. We might add variance if we think there are other components missing, but we're not going to go below the design-based variance. And that's really what the bootstrap does. It gives us a design-based sample size to start with, that from which we could then tune that down. It puts a bound on the tuning process. So again, these are this whole process sounds challenging, but it's really not as bad as it sounds. Once these models are in the ballpark, the year-to-year change is quite small. You're basically just scaling these data sets relative to each other. One of the things we noticed is that generally the fits to the data improved when we added the bootstrapped sample sizes, because we're downweighting years when the information content wasn't as high and upweighting years when it was. So the model's actually fitting where it needs to and not where it didn't. And so I think we've made actually a pretty good improvement over just using the sort of naive number of samples in each year as the metric for fit. So all of these correspond to table 16. The only other comment I wanted to make about these tables is just to note the input sample size for the discards, the non-directed discards, and the recreational down the middle. You'll note that those are all very small, and those are all intentionally downweighted so that we can just estimate selectivity and not impart a lot of information to the rest of the model. So some other comparative results, and I realize there's a lot on here, but I wanted to provide at least one place where we could look at some of the salient outputs of these models. So here you see across the top the estimates of M for females and males across all of these models. And you can, for example, the Areas' Fleet short model falls in at a slightly lower estimate of M than the coast-wide long and slightly higher than the Areas' Fleet's long for both males and females. The log R0 offsets are there. The log Q offsets are there as well. You wanted to compare those for the transition to circle hooks. And we actually do have a couple survey observations prior to 1984, so we have to allow for this in the survey time series as well. Sean, you asked, well, why don't you just treat them as separate series? If we did, the models would be exactly the same. This just allows us to do that and see what the offset is without doing an empirical check. And then you can, at the bottom, you can kind of compare across the scale of recruitment and also spawning biomass, and it's pretty clearly related to the value of natural mortality. I think what else I was going to highlight on this slide.
Just want to make sure I understand. So the survey log Q for the transition to circle hooks, that's a multiplier. So one means they're identical, or
no. Yeah, I should have provided I believe that's an exponential link. It's E to that value.
So 0 would be the.
Yeah.
Well, these are big.
They're big. They're on the range of 2. They're not the same for each region where we're estimating them separately for region. They are substantial.
And that's the confidence interval in parentheses.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sorry. In the table header, it's there, but yeah, everything in parentheses is the 95% confidence interval. And I guess the other point that I wanted to make here is just that the M estimates are, I would say, moderately precise given the amount of age data we have. We're not just getting massive confidence intervals, and some of that is being constrained by the prior, which I think is helpful, but not a lot. The prior was relatively flat across this.
It didn't look like it was constrained much.
Yeah.
Maybe you should for the long.
So
Might have been holding back.
maybe slightly, although the 2 long models didn't really change when we opened up, when we added the prior. They're within
So
0.
you're modeling fishery catchability using a random walk, or?
Yes. Yeah, it's a random walk. So the deviations are the deviation from the previous year. And in some of the shorter time series, in the short models, that deviation just scales down to 0. The model says it doesn't need a random, it doesn't need annual deviations to fit the fishery CPV series.
The short models?
The short models. Not the long models all have deviations. So that's from table 17 in the document. And I did leave just a placeholder here in case we wanted to either now, or maybe we should even go through the rest and then circle back if we have time. But I did want to leave a placeholder if we wanted to go in and look at particular fits, or Olaf, you mentioned maybe seeing that prior and M estimate for the short AAF model. I mean, we sort of saw it in the likelihood profile, but we
Exactly.
could look at that figure where actually, all those figures are there. So
And you're gonna get to retrospective patterns later?
yeah, retrospectives are still coming.
So M for me is, it's hard to say what the effect of your, when you show that distribution, part of that is, that's an assumed distribution based on the way it's done, right? It's a normal approximation.
Correct.
Right?
Yep.
Whereas you have a log normal prior. So
That's right.
I'm just like, is that really information, or is that an artifact of using that particular, normal approximation to do that? Because what I typically would like to see is like a variance ratio between the prior and the posterior, if you're to see what information has been gained from the data. But you really can't do that when you have a log normal prior, assuming a normal approximation. Posterior.
M is estimated in log space. It's we put
Yeah, so
So
it's
it's-
normal in log space, but it's informative on the natural scale because it's log normal.
right. I guess I would suggest that the two points. One, I agree that the asymptotic approximation for the confidence intervals is not the same thing as like a full Bayesian posterior. And in cases where the posterior might be really right skewed, the normal approximation will tend to truncate that upper tail. And Alan and I are on a paper from 10 years ago with Sven showing that for Bayesian versus an MLE approximation. But in these cases, the prior is substantially updated by the data. We have I mean, it is just an approximation, but that approximation suggests there's a lot more information than just the prior.
Yeah.
But I mean, based on the Hessian, the asymptotic approximation suggests quite a bit tighter.
I mean, it appears to be quite obvious, but it'd just be nice to be able to quantify what is the contribution of the prior versus the data to that estimate. I mean, one thing you could do is use a normal prior on M rather than a normal prior on log M.
But I think that would be very informative, more informative than the log normal prior relative to the original meta-analysis.
Well, it's less informative because it's symmetric. Once you have asymmetry in the distribution, that's more information than what's in a normal. That log normal prior you're showing, yes, it's broad, just means it has a high variance, but you're also saying that, it's got a larger tail on one side than on the other side, which is information.
That's consistent with just being bounded, right? All in, but M is bounded, all positive.
Right, which is more information than just the mean and variance. There's other ways to do bounding, but anyway, it's just something you could try. Just use a normal prior instead of a log normal.
I think it's getting that tail on the upper end of M's while still maintaining a value of 0.
Yeah.
And that's the problem.
Well, as you show in your likelihood profiles, negative M values are going to be completely excluded, right?
For sure.
Posterior, so it doesn't really matter if your normal distribution has a pretty high prior probability on even negative M value. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Trying
the
to
data
match
will
the
rule it.
upper bit.
Nevertheless,
value.
it's symmetric. Yeah, so it's
Absolutely.
bounded because I
Yep.
mean, life is going to bound it. But anyway, and then you could do the prior posterior ratio there and see how the variance has changed.
Well, we can certainly do that as a sensitivity. Put a normal prior on and then quantify the change in the normal distribution without the data as a metric to suggest how much we're updating. Yeah, definitely do that.
Because it's always hard to, if you see a shift in the central tendency of the distribution, that might just be because it's correlated with some other parameter, right? Some other parameter has pulled it away. It's the variance is what you're interested in.
Yeah, I think you're interested in both, but I agree that M can be a function of lots of things.
Right.
Absolutely. Okay, now we can think about that. How to best quantify it. We're sort of trying to do that graphically with the likelihood profiles, but I think that's we can look into that.
Can you just go back one?
Sure.
slide there? So I'm looking at the difference between the survey transition to circle books and the fishery transition to circle books. Is there a reason to think that the transition made a bigger difference in the survey than the fishery, which is what this is suggesting? That seems pretty consistent across all the different areas in the AAF long that you're. That
Yeah,
matter
it does.
more.
The surveys, the region 2 and 3 surveys are comparing from the coastwide to the AF, that Q is relative to the coastwide stock. So trying to think how it's dome-shaped selectivity. So there's slightly different implication of what selectivity catchability means in those models.
Totally, but I'm comparing rows here,
Okay,
not columns,
Okay.
right? So I'm comparing
I see what you're saying. Yep.
this to this. I mean, it seems like the transition mattered a lot more in the survey
Okay. Yes.
than in the fishery.
Yeah. And I think it did. And one of the problems here is that the survey, the very little bit of survey index that we have in that time period is not the space-time model. So we start the space-time model in 1993. And so these are, thanks. These surveys are design-based survey estimates based on fairly limited spatial coverage in those years. So we're actually estimating separate Qs for a couple different time periods in those early years. One period in the long models, it's one period where it's only region 2 and 3, and then one where it expands a little bit more, and then this jump. So I think that it's not just limited to the effective circle hooks. I probably shouldn't have labeled it that way.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Because there's also some spatial changes in the survey footprint during that time period.
That makes sense. That makes sense. It
Yeah,
would be bigger if it's not
does.
just.
And honestly, those historical survey data points don't really do us any good because there's only a few of them, and we're estimating effectively separate Qs for each of 2 different periods.
I mean, they're still reasonably well bounded.
I mean, the model can fit them, but I don't think we're getting a lot of information content out of them. The survey information comes primarily just from the 1993 plus time series. Yeah, that's a good observation. I would propose it's 1:30. I would propose that we forge ahead, and then as we have time, loop back, because I want to make sure we don't shortchange the model weighting discussion. That's M and this one are the 2 key ones. We've got still some more model diagnostics to go with likelihood profiles and retrospectives, and then we'll get into model weighting and pretty much there. So I did want to take just a second and discuss strengths and weaknesses. In the document, each model section has a sort of a list of strengths and weaknesses as we perceive them. And to be honest, as I work on these models year to year, I'll start working on one and I'll start to think this is a great model, I love this model, and then I realize though that it doesn't do this and it doesn't do that, and I can't estimate this there. And then I move on to the next one, and at the end of the day, I don't really like any of the 4 of them, but they all have a role to play, I think. I honestly was hoping in my heart of hearts that I would find a way to discount the AAF long model this year because it's such a pain to deal with. But it continues to actually provide a useful counterpoint to the coastwide model. And although it's a little more technically challenging, it does converge and it does do what it's supposed to do. So at the end of the day, we're not in love with any one of these, but the set seems more powerful than any of the individuals. This takes us to the rest of the evaluation of uncertainty. So that was really focused on the individual models and bridging, and now we're going to look at some of the sensitivity, particularly the likelihoods and retrospectives. I told you earlier I'd show you a history of what we've looked at in terms of sensitivities. I treat the ensemble itself as a sensitivity just because of the different assumptions and the different models, so I've listed that here. I apologize, the 2019 value should be on its own bullet. It shouldn't be buried with 2018. But you can see that in the from 2015 to 2018, every year we were reporting the sensitivity to male versus female selectivity, which is really the sex ratio of the commercial catch. And then that goes away in 2019 because we now have data and we're not so worried about that anymore. Similarly, we've included in various years in the past maturity, all the way back to 2016, I think was the first time we included maturity. We've also looked at a variety of other factors. Unobserved mortality has popped up several times. Steepness in 2019 was a major focus. And just to give you sort of some context of all the various things we've looked at over the years, we'll continue this. I think probably, as I've noted at the bottom this year, the primary uncertainties we're focusing on are the PDO and natural mortality, but that's just what we've done so far. We'll certainly be including maturity and perhaps some of the other links to the research program as well this year.
Are there new things you want to add next year?
That's a good question. Let's hold that for the research priorities, which are at the end. So I've spoken a lot about just the basic sensitivity to coastwide versus AAF and dome shape versus asymptotic selectivity. But this links back to what Alan was showing yesterday about how different the historical assumption is between these 2 ways of thinking about the long time series. The main focus, the main sensitivity that we did this year was this evaluation of how to treat the PDO. And before we did the analysis, we sat down and said, okay, let's come up with just a small handful of reasonable hypotheses. One being we treat the status quo as just regimes, binary regimes, 0 and 1. The second being, what if we actually just use the PDO observation? It's a deviate. So what if we just use the deviance, an estimated coefficient, to see if the interannual variability does a little better than just regimes, because you're still getting positive phases, negative phases. We also did a 5-year moving average to see if maybe there was something more than just the broad regime periods. The one I really thought honestly was going to work the best was we took the top third and said maybe the PDO is indicative of great recruitment, but it doesn't really tell us much when recruitment is sort of fair to middling. That seems to be the case for other environmental indicators. So I arbitrarily just picked the top third, but we said let's take the most extreme PDO values and treat them as a 1 and treat everything else as a 0. And just say, do we get any predictive power by just highlighting those most extreme PDOs? And then just to round it out, we said, let's just take the PDO out and see what happens when we do that as well. We've done this sensitivity several times over the years of taking the PDO out. The way we tested this, and you may or may not like this, but the way we tested this was to look at the root mean square error of the estimated recruitment deviations. With the theory being that if we are explaining more of the variance in recruitment, then the residual error that's soaked up by the deviations that are estimated in the model should go down, and that at the end of the day, if the PDO matched the recruitment perfectly, you wouldn't even need deviations. You would get all the recruitment variability out of the process, and the deviations would just collapse down to nothing. So we did that, and so we're basically asking the question: when we make one of these changes, have we exchanged process error in unobserved variability in recruitment for something that we're now modeling? And I think, although we might end up in the same place with regard to a tactical management model, there is some benefit to be had by explaining process where you can do it. So it's a pretty short story. We didn't do any better, really, in any of these than than just using the regime. So the left-hand columns for each model is the root mean square error of the recruitment deviations. And I guess somewhat reassuringly, when you take the PDO out, the RMSE goes up, which means the model has to make more extreme deviations to capture, which is what you'd expect. The long areas of fleets model, I didn't spend a lot of time on it, but it didn't converge with just the top third of values. And I think it's just you're trying to estimate essentially the central tendency of a second stock recruit function for only a small subset of years, and there just wasn't enough to do that. I did list the coefficient here just to see that, and that's that beta coefficient, just to see if anything popped out there, and it doesn't. To my eye, they're all positive. You're still capturing something with all of these, but you're not doing any better than what we had. So my conclusion was Bill Clark and Stephen Hare did about as good as we're going to do with PDO back in 1998 or 99, whenever they did that analysis. There are graphics showing you the effect, and not surprisingly, when you take the PDO out, the blue, sorry for non-Huskies fans, with the blue and gold here, when you take the PDO out, you lose some of that early traction in that early period, which is informed only by the PDO. We don't really even know what the PDO was back then, but at least we can see that it's doing what we expect, which is that when you take the PDO out, it has to create those fish in some other way. Not hugely influential either way, and I think that's because in general this model is getting the recruitments it needs to fit the data. And whether we do it with a stock recruit function in Deves or a slightly different stock recruit function in Deves, we're still getting to about the same place. So somewhat disappointing. We're not changing the world with regard to PDO. The next part of the sensitivities and model evaluation was the likelihood profiles. And I start with the coastwide short because that's the one that, as it's done in the past, just goes straight to the upper bound at 0.25. I had some hope when I ran the areas as fleets short model that we might get similar behavior out of the coastwide short, but it doesn't. I think this speaks to the potential to spend some more time just investigating how we're treating selectivity. But I'm also not sure that this is reconcilable. This could also just be an inconsistency of a short time series aggregating the data up to the coastwide level, and we're just not there yet in an ability to estimate M. But didn't estimate it here. The areas as fleets long model, this isn't the smoothest profile I've ever seen, but at least it's monotonically increasing, at least at the total. You can definitely see as you get down to lower, especially lower M values, that there's a couple different explanations in the historical period, and that's what you're seeing where there's these jumps. You're trading age fit to the age data to fit to recruitment and fit to other things. But the MLE at 0.18 or whatever it was is reasonably conserved. The coastwide long model, and again, we've been estimating M here as well. I mean, I think this also maybe is partly why we're not getting a good estimate in the coastwide short model, which is that there's not a lot of traction there at the high values. So it's conceivable to me that most of that signal coming from, well, it's the recruitment Deves. The bounding of the recruit Deves is that blue series you see popping up at the end. That's basically saying that given the stock recruit relationship, the deviations would have had to have been much, much larger in that historical period to allow for natural mortality to be bigger than we're estimating it. It's conceivable that it was. And I think if we, for example, if we broke the recruitment time series into 2 periods and said we could have different variants in each of the periods, we might get a different estimate of natural mortality in this model. That's one of the challenges of trying to bridge over 100 years within a single model. But this model has produced reliable estimates of M over the last 8 stock assessments since we started, 9 stock assessments since we started using this, that have all been right there in that range of 0.2 to 0.22. So far it's behaved okay.
So I just have a comment on the presentation. This stuff that really, I mean, the likelihood is on data. A lot of this stuff is not data. It would be good to see the age and the index data alone.
Okay. Yeah.
Which would really tell you how much the data has to say about M. And if that would be, because sometimes it's masked, like I can't really see what those data components are actually doing. And the rest is, yeah.
I agree. The one goal of these plots is to see how the MLE compares to other places in the likelihood surface. And for that, you need all the components that are in the objective function. But for interpreting the information content of the data, I totally agree. And it's easy to take series out of this. So that's easily something we can do. The age data in this one, sorry, it appears that the colors aren't conserved across these plots, but the age data here is the green series. So it is, like the other models, there is some pretty clear signal that the age data is not compatible with very low level values of natural mortality.
Yeah, and then it doesn't look like it's actually informative about a point estimate either. It's kind of ruling out those.
It's pretty flat. Yeah, it's pretty flat around the point estimate. Yeah, I think that gets us to the retrospective analysis. And as I noted early on, by disconnecting the male selectivity, that was the main thing that was jerking the retrospectives around in the past. And now, by allowing that to vary over time, it's essentially disconnected from the earlier time series. So we get essentially no retrospective pattern in these models, very, very small differences year to year.
Retrospective pattern I've ever
I
seen.
mean, and it's far better than we've seen even from these models, because these models had been using a single scalar for the whole time period. And so it was every time you added a new piece of data that would inform that scalar, it was wagging the whole time series. Now, this doesn't mean we necessarily know what the sex ratio was in the historical time series. I still wish we could find a way to extract sex ratio information from some part of some data set that we have. But so far we haven't done that.
Genomic data that they have right now, which has mapped those sex regions, you could, we talked about this yesterday, you could potentially do a couple of things. First, you could redesign the primers, which would be shorter, which would allow you to, if the problem was the amount and the degree of degradation of the DNA in your otolith samples of the historical samples, The shorter the primer, the shorter the fragment, the more likely you're going to be able to get an amplification on it. The second thing is that you can use a more sensitive technique. We designed sexing primers from genomics data for things like lake trout, lake sturgeon, and we're using quantitative PCR. So quantitative PCR is much more sensitive, which means again degradation and the amount of DNA both importantly would allow you to do that. The other thing is again, I don't know, I haven't seen the data, but if they do have, depends on how localized, and it must be localized because you've got PCR primers with sexing, with something like that.
Yeah.
There are some other things that are really amenable to low quantity, low amount of DNA. There are other ways of visualizing things. There's something that we used to use to visualize sequence variation where we're focusing on individual base pairs or several base pairs within a very short region, And that's something called single strand confirmation polymorphism, SSCP. We used to use that historically for sequencing when we're only focusing on something. So all three of those things, I think, with genomics data that they have, could help you deal with smaller quantities, degradation. So I think it's worth taking another look at, and I can send them the protocols for how we.
So this is in reference to
Historical samples,
sex
yeah.
ratios
Yeah.
based on the DNA.
So what's the status? You guys have tried that before, but it hasn't worked?
Yeah, we tried on a few clean autoliths. The thing is that we could get a lot of DNA from a dirty autolith, but those are not the type of autoliths that we get back. They're actually fairly clean. Yeah, we couldn't quantify it. We had a discussion with Kim yesterday saying that, we should have gone and did the assay anyway on whatever we could extract, but we could not quantify DNA.
You tried pulverized and extracting the pulverized because as the matrix is being laid down, the bone is porous, right? And you could have residual material inside. So you're right. If they're polishing the otoliths, right, and for sectioning, et cetera, then you don't have the stuff on the outside, right? The tissues, which means you have lower amounts. But if you pulverize it or drill it, right, so very low speed, so you're not heating up the material, then I think that's where the try. It'd be destroying them, so you'd want to do it. You wouldn't want to burn valuable material, when you're doing your R&D to get the technique down. But I think pulverizing or drilling or something like that, where you're creating a powder, so you're getting material in the porous matrix of the bone, would be worth it.
Good discussion.
So I wouldn't give up.
Still hope. Other aspects of sensitivity analysis. I do want to flag that in 2019, we spent a lot of time on the coast-wide short model, developing it in a Bayesian context and doing some diagnosis to get at some of these questions of whether or not some of these asymptotic approximations were reasonable for a true posterior on some of these quantities. And just because from first principles, we like Bayesian models. They really are probability distributions rather than these, which are not really probability distributions. But we did not renew that work this year. To be honest, given the timeline of this assessment on an annual basis, it's just not feasible to think about running all these models as Bayesian models, at least in their current implementation. Maybe in a few years when there's, if we were in a different model platform with different types of models, that would be possible. Currently, no.
So this version of stock synthesis is still ABMP.
Exactly.
Using that.
The next generation of NOAA fisheries models, the FIMS.
F-I-M.
Yeah, that's in development. They're programming away on that, but we'll see where they get to. Is it in TMP?
I'm not certain.
Or is it in C directly?
I'm not certain.
Not either. Yeah, pretty sure it's not an ADMB though.
No, it's not.
I briefly mentioned this earlier. I think we don't want to lose sight of this sensitivity or the uncertainty in spatially explicit dynamics, particularly 4B. If we've been trying to plan for the eventuality that if Joseph's group finds there's some significant structuring with 4B, we're going to need to make a decision. Do we carve 4B off and try to do a separate assessment, or do we keep it combined with the rest of the stock? How to treat that? It's going to be an open-ended question for a little while, probably, but it's definitely on our radar. The other one is Russian waters. So we've talked about building a model that actually includes Russian side of the Bering Sea as well. Currently, we believe that there's relatively low exchange across there relative to the greater stock. There's certainly there are fish on the border and they definitely move across, but with roughly 10 or 12% of the biomass coastwide in the Bering Sea and only a small fraction of that making that movement, it's probably not a huge effect on the dynamics right now, but we certainly recognize that under climate change scenarios, it could be increasingly important, especially as we're already seeing shifts in cod moving north and some shift in halibut, not as dramatic as Pacific cod, but definitely some increased abundance of halibut on the northern slope areas that are more contiguous with Russian waters. So I think our plan is to continue to think about these both in the MSE context and linking up with our research program. I don't have a specific recommendation with regard to the assessment at the moment, but they're definitely on our list of things to be thinking about.
You know what the fishing history is like in Russian waters?
It's surprisingly hard to get a reliable time series. There's some graphics of the catch in Russian waters that are available through their MS Charlie certification, but they don't actually produce tables of data. So it's hard to get quantitative values like we put in a model. It looks like the mortality is roughly equivalent to the mortality that's occurring in the Eastern Bering Sea, so like half the mortality. But I think our understanding from the ontogenetic maps is that it's possible that some part of the more southerly Russian side may be functioning kind of like the Gulf of Alaska. Like there may be a more disconnected part of the Pacific halibut range because they go all the way down to Japan. And there may be these, we've got the Gulf to Bering Sea connection, and they may have a connection from the immediate western Bering Sea to the area off the Kamchatka Peninsula and into the Sea of Okhotsk. But it's any progress we had made in the last few years to drum up some collaboration with Russian scientists has been recently lost. The last bullet is just to flag that in the past we have looked at, for example, we get lots of questions of what if the bycatch of halibut and other fisheries is biased or it's larger than we think, or we get lots of questions like that. And so we've done analyses looking at, well, what if unobserved mortality were there and certain magnitudes? We've tried to put variance estimates on bycatch estimates, and that's challenging. Just to sort of flag a couple of these other aspects of sensitivity that we haven't really dug into in this assessment, but they're still there and they're still on our general radar. So we got the big fish over the rail. Now I want to get to the second part that I'm really excited to talk about, which is the ensemble and weighting methods. So we've used a very simple way to weight these models. So we draw from the asymptotic variance and covariance estimates within each model for management quantities, and the number of replicates just dictates the number of weights. So we're essentially just bootstrapping, doing a parametric bootstrap on these 4 models, and the weighting is just the number of draws that we add to the composite which creates the ensemble. That method hasn't changed. We've in the past investigated a variety of different weighting methods, and AIC is obviously the standard for weighting models. I'm going to cover some of the material on my next slide already, but as we know, AIC requires that you're fitting to the same data sets. So none of these 4 models are strictly comparable using AIC because they're all fitting to fundamentally different data sets.
This is a clutch, but what about just calculating AIC over the consistent set of data?
Yeah, and so that'd be the third bullet. We've talked about just fitting to the FIS index, And we can create a composite, even in the areas as fleets model, we can create a composite index. And so we've looked at that as well. I'll speak to more of that in a minute. We've also looked at using strength of retrospective patterns among models, and that's been driven, everybody's sensitive to retrospective patterns, and the worse it is, maybe the less you should weight your model. But that's going to be fairly uninteresting in this year's set of models. What we've used is equal weights, primarily based on expert opinion. As we've evaluated different things like the fit to the FIS index, we've generally in the last 6 years come up with results that said, well, it's probably not that different than just equal weighting. So we've gone with equal weighting. New this year, we're suggesting that we should start thinking about predictive performance, because we think that this is has a lot of good properties, and I'll go into some of these properties here. One is that predictive performance doesn't require the same data in all the models. It really even doesn't matter what data you're fitting to. Predictive capability inherently takes care of this question of parsimony, because if your model's over-parameterized, it should perform more poorly in a predictive sense. So you're taking care of that. And that's where the fit to the FIS index breaks down, is because we could just continue to throw parameters at that until all the models are fitting the index perfectly. And that doesn't make them better models necessarily. So that's why you need an AIC, which has built-in penalty for overfitting. But the predictive capability should capture that as well. The other nice thing about predictive performance is that it's objective, and we can continue to apply it no matter what else we do with the model sets. So
Can you just define the
yeah, I'm gonna do a bunch of that. The other thing, if we can think of predictive skill in terms of the FIS index, this is actually a quantity that's very close to the things that management is concerned with. It's a reasonable proxy for the number of fish and the spawning biomass that are out there, and because it's actually it's a scaled value. If we're systematically over or under, that's going to translate into fishing intensity and other management quantities. So at the end of the day, we sort of feel like if we can predict next year's survey pretty well with one of these models, that model should get more weight than a model that doesn't predict it as well. So here's the basis for this, and this is coming out of the Kaplan workshop on model diagnostics. There were several presentations. There's 2 or 3 references in the document to the specific papers. Winkler, I think is the guy's name, or Winker, who's done most of the work with MACE, and I think it's a really interesting statistic. So it's just the deviation between the observed and the expected. The magic is that you use last year's observation as the naive prediction, and you say, is your model doing better than if you just assumed last year's value moving forward? It's kind of a weatherman test, right? Are you doing any better than just using yesterday's forecast for tomorrow? And it's on quite an intuitive scale. If your model's not less than 1, if your model's greater than 1, you're doing worse than just using last year's survey. Honestly, I think you should be throwing your model away, because you're not even doing as well as last year's survey. If it's exactly equal to 1, it's exactly equal to the naive prediction. And then as it goes from 1 down to 0, at 0, it's approaching a perfect prediction. So you're perfectly predicting the unobserved survey that's coming up. So far, it seems pretty intuitive. The papers that have used it so far, though, all seem to just ignore the fact that our observations have different variance at different years. And for our survey, it's not vastly different, but it's a little bit different. And we don't necessarily want to penalize a model for not fitting a data point when that data point was relatively imprecise relative to one that it's fitting quite well. So we added this standardized component. This is nothing fancy. We're just dividing by the sigma. But what this does is it actually captures that. So now if we want to, for example, describe the MACE statistic, say the average of the last 3 years, we're automatically taking into account, well, we're fitting this year a little bit better than that year, but that year was less precise, so we don't worry about that one quite as much. It automatically scales. It doesn't change any of the interpretation of the values. The scale of the MACE statistic remains the same. So we think this is a kind of a key piece to add that wouldn't really be appropriate to use this for most surveys unless you were completely lacking a variance estimate.
At the same time, the variance estimate in a particular year of the survey is going to be the same across all 4 models. survey, so the relative weightings shouldn't.
Except if you want to think about the MACE in terms of an average over the last 2 years or 3 years, because then the variance of the survey index will differ. But you're right. If you only look at a single year's MACE value, it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. You're totally right. I apologize. I should have written this is just being lazy. I should have written this as a limit. It's not actually. It should be for values less than 1, and as MACE, a model with MACE equal to 1 goes to a 0 weight as it approaches 1. So it's just lazy notation. But when we're proposing this to turn the MACE values into a weight. So we take the 1 minus so that we put them on a scale where a model that's performing no better than last year's survey index gets 0 weight, and a model that's predicting perfectly gets a weight of 1. And if all the models get a weight of 1, then they have equal weighting. But then if another model is predicting very poorly, it's going to be scaled down. So we think this puts things back on something that's pretty consistent with how you would generally think about like AIC weighting. Now, to give you a couple graphics to help kind of describe what this would look like. This is the fit of all 4 models to the survey index, with the prediction shown for 2022. Obviously, we don't know what 2022 is yet, and that's the one that we really want to know. So if we could base this year's management advice on the skill of these models to predict this year's survey, that would be perfect. But we're 1 step behind because this year's management advice is already established. So obviously, we have to back up and do this with a 1-year lag. This is the same figure, but now it's just a single model, and it's fitting it's ending the time series in each of the last 5 years. So you can sort of see how that fit evolves. And it's actually interesting to see that the fit to, and it's a little bit hard to see here, you see it better on the next figure. This model was predicting an increase from 2020 or 2020 to 2021 before we saw this big jump in the survey. This is a good point to note that if your survey is absolutely flat, it's really hard to beat the naive predictor. So this is one of the things about the MACE statistic is that the more contrast you have, the better potential it is for your models to do a better job than the naive predictor. We wanted to look at this because we realized that the 2021 point gives these models more ability to differentiate themselves than, for example, the difference between the 2019 and the 2020 observation, which was almost no change in the survey. Presumably all the models could have predicted that. So what we did was we said, well, what do we mean by recent? Should we just limit this to the current MACE, or should we average over the last 1, 2, 3, or up to 4 years? So we did them all just to see what this would look like as it's evolving, since we really only have a small data set to work with.
Just clarify, when you say remove 5 years of data, you remove 5 years and predict 1 year ahead.
Yeah, and I think these figures will help with that. So this is using only the data through 2020 and predicting 2021 on the left, and then on the right, this is using all the data through 2017 and predicting the 2018. So these are the 2 endpoints of the range that we've got here, just to show you what that would look like. And I've grayed out the data that are not being used just so you can see how it compares to the prediction. So we essentially have a 4-year period in which we can measure the model skill across these 4 models. And these are all 4, showing that, for example, in 2017, all 4 models were predicting the stock would be going down from 2017 to 18. But on the left, in 2020, some of the models were predicting an increase, and the one in green, and I haven't labeled them, it doesn't really matter here, they weren't all making the same prediction for the upcoming year, I guess is the important. So this is the MACE estimates themselves for each of the averaging over those 4 years or 3 years or 2 years or just looking at the terminal year. And the first result, I think, is perhaps the most important, which is that all these models are doing better than the naive predictor. So it was worth doing the stock assessment. I was really happy to see that. There's actually a recently published paper on the MACE statistic where they say, well, not all our models were better than 1, but we still like them anyway. I don't like them. So, but you can see that the MACE values aren't all that different for these four models. If we turn those then into MACE weights, the differences become a little bit more pronounced. I've drawn a horizontal line here in black showing you the status quo, which would be 25% of the weight to each of the four models. And you can see that the 3-year average is the most different among the four models, and the terminal year is the closest. So they all did proportionally pretty well in predicting that increase in 2021, not with a little bit more variability as you go back through the time period. So the extreme weights would be something a little less than 10%, all the way up to something approaching 40%, depending on which of these four-year, 3-year, 2-year, or 1-year average we thought was most appropriate. And I think here we got a bit of a trade-off. So on one hand, you don't want noise in this calculation, so it's nice to average over a few years. But imagine a survey that's going along very, very flat, and then in 1 year it jumps up. You kind of want to be using the model that was predicting that jump, and not the one that was doing really well over the last 3 years where it was relatively flat. So I think you could make the argument for that the terminal year is really the most relevant, but we don't really know what the Monte Carlo error or the stochastic error is on that.
But the terminal year weights are really similar, aren't they?
They're quite close, yes.
Years ago, a student of mine and I worked on something similar to this, where we would say go back 5 years and then run the model forward without basically generating these predictive statistics based on the observed catch. So that way you get one model over time. Because these, like a 4-year average, you're 1 year model A did better, then model B did better. So I guess, could you do that? Could you see how well, which one is consistently better by basing the statistic over time?
Well, we could do the terminal year, but we could do the average terminal year over the last 4 years. That would be, I think, what you're talking about, as opposed to averaging over different data points. I mean, I feel like we are on an annual assessment schedule here, and so the predictive skill of a model 2 years in advance isn't really that relevant because we're never asking these models to predict 2 years out. So, and that's an important difference from a lot of places where they're not intending to do an assessment right away. It really does matter how well that quota is being projected 3, 5, even 10 years in the future. We kind of know already how badly models do in that time frame.
I guess I'm just thinking how the weighting is done when you're taking multiple years into account, just to make sure they're consistent.
So I didn't include the table here. So there's a table of the actual MACE values for each model, and you have a MACE value for each model in each year. We only have one instance here, so when I average over 4 years, it's the 4 years that we have. But you could do the terminal year. You could average terminal year estimates for each model as well. This would be another way to go about this. At present, I don't think you're going to generate something that's vastly different. But again, in a time period when the dynamics are changing rapidly, I think that's when this kind of method really is going to be indicative of which models are doing a better job than others. So this is kind of new. We're sort of excited about it, but it seems to have, kind of from first principles, it seems to have the properties that we want. And we've really been grinding on this wheel of what's the best way to weight these models for a long time. And I really credit these guys, Felipe Carvalho and some of these other guys that have started using MACE as a diagnostic and really kind of getting that out there. They made a couple presentations at the Kaplan workshop, and they've got several papers out now that are referenced in the assessment document. I think this is really this really is where we've all been trying to go with stock assessment performance, because it takes care of a lot of things. I will say it's easy for us because we have a survey that we think is pretty good, and it closely corresponds to management quantities. If you didn't have a survey index that you thought was really reliable, I can see that this wouldn't be the method for you. But I think in our case, it actually lines up quite well with what we're trying to achieve. So I did run I did do the full ensemble integration with these two extremes. So the 3-year average, which is the orange bars, and the terminal year only, which is the green bar, just to see, when you sort of play this all the way through the ensemble and the 4 models, what does it actually look like? So just to orient you to this figure, this is the time series of spawning biomass. The blue shading is the ensemble estimates of spawning biomass. The black line, the blue line down the middle is the median of the ensemble. You see it's quite skewed in the early years because of the way the 4 models are distributed. The black lines and the red dots are the results of the last 9 stock assessments that we've done. So those differ in the early part of the time series, but over the recent period, we've been actually tracking that trend quite well. So here's the effect of weighting with the 3-year MACE, and then the next one is the effect of weighting with the 1-year or the terminal year MACE. And I'll go back and forth. You can see that the median does come up a little bit. Sorry, I lost my cursor. There is a small change in the median at the end of the time series, and that's basically to do with the weighting of, the relative weighting among the 4 models. The models with slightly higher biomass estimates are getting a little bit more weight in the terminal year estimate, and you can see that here. The AAF short model has the highest of the biomass estimates, and it's getting the lowest weight in the 3-year average. And I picked the two extremes just to see, sort of bound, how much difference would we really see across this different range of weights.
It's relatively subtle.
It's pretty subtle. And again, that speaks to the stability created by using an ensemble in the first place. And the paper that Steve Martell and I did in 2015 was basically making that argument, that the central tendency of multiple models is always going to be more stable than a single model moving forward. So this is our proposal. I think at present we are leaning toward using the terminal year MACE. So it would be this one on the left. So we would argue that differentiating models based on the difference in fit that you see on the left there would be the most relevant to the 1-year time horizon management decision making. Yeah, well, I included this so that we could reference back and forth between the weights and see exactly what's happening here. But I already talked you through that. It's the Ares' Fleet's short model with the highest biomass. That weighting is changing the most across those 2 scenarios. So that's part of why that increases. At the end of the day, looking at this figure, though, this is a great illustration of why an ensemble provides a better picture of the current variance in biomass estimates than a single model does. And none of these 4 models has an interval that spans that range. So when we then turn this into the decision table and we say, well, what's the probability that we're at or below a certain threshold? This is where we get a better picture of the variance through using multiple models rather than just using a single model. And, right. So at the end here, I'm just trying to give you kind of, how is this all playing out after all of these changes and all the discussion? This is what the individual models look like. These are the recruitment time series estimated from each of the models. And the point I want to make here is that even though the scale of these is quite different, and this again is related exactly to the scale of M in each of these models, all the models are picking out the same dominant year classes. They're picking out 99, they're picking out 2005, and they're identifying 2012 as a recent strong year class. This next figure takes each of those series and just divides it by the mean, so it puts them all on the same scale. And you can see that they're really tight. When you rescale them to be on the same scale, it's all the same age data in these models, even though we break that age data up into regions in their areas as fleets models, we still get the same signal. And this, this as an aside, or not really an aside, this has been the big story in recent years, is that we had a 99-year class and then some mid-sized recruitment after that, and then a 2005-year class, and then we had, from 2006 to 2011, we had low recruitment right across the board. And that's why we're seeing the spawning biomass declining in the last few years, because we had this long run of low recruitment. 2012 looks to be better, but on its own, it's not going to change the trend in the spawning biomass. We're still, because of this big gap in recruitment, we're still going to see the spawning biomass headed downward.
Well, especially if the coastwide short is right,
Yeah.
there's failure completely.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, it's not right, but it's it's one hypothesis about how the dynamics are moving. So we're actually doing pretty well. I'm approaching the end of this presentation. I guess we did work through lunch, so it would be 3 o'clock if we hadn't started during lunch. I wanted to outline the path forward from here, just to recap from where we were at the very beginning of the presentation. We have this meeting, and then we have the next SRB in September. So we have the summer to refine any of this, to look at some of these things. I've got several things flagged in my notes, like the prior to posterior ratio for M, to quantify the information content in the data. If there are some other ideas that you guys have for data weighting and how to treat MACE. I mean, we don't have to do anything with the data weighting. We could stick with status quo equal weighting among the 4 models. I think for the variety of reasons that I listed, there may be some benefit in thinking about a more objective method, and one that naturally responds to the dynamics as they unfold as time goes on. But it's certainly open for discussion. We will have the 2022 data, but not until after the September meeting. There may be bits and pieces I can add for September, and I always do that if I have anything to show you. But likely the bulk of the 2022 data will be coming in after the September SRB meeting. Noting that, again, I guess I've noted it several times, that we are planning to have the 2021 commercial or sex ratio of the commercial proportions at age. That really should have been in after this outline slide. My apologies, because that's kind of the future development, but we're definitely bringing this ship back into port here now. The research priorities, I didn't recreate them here because I think we're going to have more discussion as part of the biological and ecosystem research presentation, and also perhaps as part of the 5-year research plan. But I want to note kind of an important change that's evolved since 2019, which is that in 2019, I had the usual stock assessment laundry list of research recommendations at the end. And Kevin Stokes, I think first, and then I think the SRB reiterated his comment that, yeah, that's great. Everybody likes to put that laundry list at the end of their assessment, and nobody ever does anything with any of those research quantities. I still assert that it is helpful to maintain that list, because there are ideas that pop up that could and maybe should get addressed at some point. And if we don't document them somewhere, they'll be lost. Like, I'll forget it eventually if I don't work on it for 5 years, and eventually no one else will remember it either. So I do think that there's value in having that laundry list. And so at the end of the stock assessment document, against all better recommendations, I did include the laundry list of things, including some fairly small things that I just don't think should be lost, but I haven't had a chance to work on yet. But in response to the SRB over the last couple of years, we have also made a clear prioritization of the top research priorities in each of several categories. I've noted them in the document, but we've also elevated them into the 5-year plan. And I think that's the key for things that actually might get some traction, is that prioritization process and then elevating them into the 5-year plan. Because at least if they're in the 5-year plan, we either have to do something about them or talk a lot about them. They can't just be left in the list. So that's the approach that we've taken this year. I'm not going to go through and outline each of them. When Kevin Stokes reviewed the last assessment, he said, I can't really comment on these because I would just assume you would do them as you can. They all seem like good ideas to me, which is true. They all seem like good ideas to us. We just don't have the resources to tackle all of them. It is a potential place we could look for items to list when we talk about, well, hey, what would I do if I had a year off from doing the standard stock assessment? Because certainly some of that list is tractable. But that, anyway, that's kind of a long way of describing where we are with in terms of research priorities. I don't really want to get into the discussion of the details of the prioritized items because I think that's better taken up as part of our discussion of the 5-year plan. But I will note that you will find the prioritized items correspond very closely to the priorities that Joseph's laid out for the 2022 and next several years of research. And for my part, if we could get maturity, fecundity, and skip spawning nailed down in the next 5-year research plan, we would be way ahead. And as far as I'm concerned, that is the #1 assessment-related priority for getting that stuff, getting the reproductive biology of halibut figured out again and updated in the next several years is the top priority. And I think that's the one that has the most potential to change the assessment outcome. If maturity is shifting to older ages and we're getting a stock increasingly dominated by young fish, we think we've got plenty of spawning biomass, and actually we don't. And so that's, to me, that's the most important pressing one. And I did stress at this year's commission meeting, I highlighted, I probably should have included it here for you guys, but I showed the maturity schedule of Pacific halibut, and I put the 2012 year class in that graphic. And I said, here's where we are now in 2012. They're about 19% mature on average, we think, if everything's going according to plan. By 2024, they're going to be over half mature. And so all of the spawning biomass that we're banking on in the next 3 to 4 years is going to be coming from this 2012 year class. And that's why it's critical that we understand whether or not our maturity schedule is accurate and if it's applicable to this recent year class. So I think we did make some progress on elevating our research priorities in the context of the assessment and the management quantities this year, in large part due to a lot of the discussions we've had, but it's definitely going to be a continuing challenge. And really, I want to avoid the case like we had with the commercial sex ratio, where people have a tendency to act surprised when we finally get maturity data and maybe it tells us something we needed to know. I think, yeah, that pretty much gets me to the end of my presentation. I realized I didn't write I wrote the assessment document more like a standard stock assessment standalone document, and I didn't include the recommendation specifically there, but I realized that you guys kind of appreciate having some bullet points to work from. It's sort of understated to just note this paper, which is 6 months of work from Alan and I, but we would appreciate it if you noted that you got it. And then this is the opportunity to request how we evolve from here until September. None of this is set in stone until we meet again in September and make some final decisions. And for my part, as I said at the beginning of the presentation, I would really appreciate any feedback you can provide on natural mortality and what we've done this year in several dimensions, and on ensemble weighting. I think, to me, those are the key pieces where we've tried to push forward. But anything in the document, whether we talked about it today or not, is obviously fair game for comment and review.
Is it helpful to have a recommendation from us to use a particular data weighting? For example, the 1 year?
I think it would be, if there are aspects of the assessment that you feel like, yeah, it seems like they're doing a decent job, I think it would be reasonable to say the SRB noted or agreed with the Secretariat's choice to use method X or method Y. Yeah, sure.
In the technical development research priorities, you have highest priority meeting parameter estimation, building on the improvements to estimation of them. Short focus should be on estimation of them in the short coastline. Get some ideas about what that means, building on the improvements, like.
Well, I think the improvements this year were, one, getting back to data weighting and actually generating better starting values. I think that may be partly why the short areas fleets model was more coherent this year and able to estimate M, because we got some of the inconsistencies between fleets dealt with from the basic data on up. we don't really have that luxury in the short coastwide model because the data sets kind of are what they are. We did use the bootstrapping there, but it didn't have the same effect. I'm interested to look at the way selectivity is parameterized and see if there's an interaction between selectivity and the ability to estimate M. I mean, the driving component, as we saw in the likelihood profile, is the age data. So it suggests that the interaction between selectivity and recruitment variability is where it's at in that model. I don't know that it's tractable. I mean, if I had a quick solution, I would have done it. It could just be that we need another 10 years of data or more. I've certainly seen plenty of models that have a time series of that length that aren't really able to estimate M. It's not ubiquitous, but I don't want to. Yeah, I guess. I mean, ideally, we'd be estimating M in all of these models.
Yeah, I mean, it could be that it's in that model it's confounded with something else.
Yeah.
So maybe you could look for what else it's confounded with, selectivity being one.
Yep. I mean, another
Flexibility as well. Something.
Yeah, I mean, selectivity, catchability, and recruitment variability are the key pieces. The short models, unfortunately, aren't as heavily informed by the 87 year class, which was by far the biggest one in the time series, because it's already in the initial age structure in those models. It comes in at age 5 in the initial age structure, so it's there, and you fit to it as it gets older. But it's not like estimating it as a recruit D. So that does.
Like the M, depending on the M,
Yeah.
the recruit D would have been
Exactly.
inside or outside the.
I mean, we haven't had the discussion yet, but one consideration, we were stepping back and looking at these models. Okay, we got 3 models that all put M between 0.17 and 0.21. And we've got one model where we're somewhat arbitrarily fixing it at a much lower value. I'm not really ready to say we should necessarily discard that model, but it raises the question, at what point do we reconsider M? And I guess the factors on the scale on both sides. I mean, on one side you've got the meta-analysis suggesting we'd expect a pretty low M for a fish that lives 55 years. But on the other side, all the analysis, including all the historical assessments, everything that's been done on halibut suggests that 0.2 is closer to what's consistent with the data. So I think I'm posing the open-ended question that, at what stage do we revisit 0.15 in the short model? And at this point, I don't have a strong rationale that's based on data, so I'm sort of going hands off on that topic. But
It's the short coastline.
this is a short coastwide. The likelihood profile suggests that higher values of M are more plausible, but I'm reluctant to suggest doing much with a likelihood profile that doesn't have a clear minimum in it. So that could just be indicative of model specification.
Like the whole kind of meta-analysis you did at the beginning was looking at other people's estimates of M. Now you have 3 of your own.
Yeah.
So maybe the average of your own estimates would be better than some arbitrary.
It might be. I mean, it's certainly going to create a change in the ensemble if we drop the last model that has a low natural mortality, because it's definitely bounding. It's usually the lowest model in the set in terms of the overall PDF. So it's, I don't want to just sort of throw caution to the wind and say, well, it can't possibly be 1.15. And it's not fair. I may have been too strong with my assertion that because historical assessments use 0.2, that gives us more information. Those historical assessments are based on the same age data that I'm using in this assessment. So I don't want to misconstrue that part. All the halibut assessments are using the same data sets. It's partly why the PDO doesn't break down, because I add 20 years of data, but I still have 80 years of data that's the same data that Bill Clark and Stephen Hare had when they did the analysis. So it's not like I have an independent data set to test. But I do think that, and that's why I put that bullet in the research recommendations, I do think that we need to continue to evaluate M. Both, how's it doing in these models? Hopefully, I mean, these models have been pretty stable. The long models have been pretty stable. Hopefully the coastwide short will remain reasonable. If it doesn't, I think we got to go to plan B. But the coastwide sorry, I said coastwide, the areas fleets model, short, has been fairly, looks good now and hopefully it will remain that way. The coastwide short model is the one I think we don't really know what to do with going forward.
Change the topic.
Absolutely, yeah. We have tons of time. It's only not even 3, so.
So I noticed that the marine mammal depredation doesn't come up here on key topics. It seems like that still is very much unresolved. Is it not up here because you think it's not resolvable at this stage, or why?
It's not on this short list because these are the things that I think are crucial to this 2022 assessment and what I need to do between now and September, if anything. It is definitely an important component. We continue to keep it in our list. It's not completely tractable at the moment. Yeah. I think your idea of spending some more time on the observer data to potentially get a reporting effect is a good one. It's the one that we hadn't thought of. So that we can get around some of the issues of observer coverage by using the good records that we do have, and then we can get at the non-reporting by using that offset. It might be doable. It's like I said, it's a sensitive topic. I mean, even if it doesn't come from the fleet, if we come out and make a big deal out of whale interactions, it's not necessarily a good thing for the fishery. So we need to be sensitive to that as we proceed on a neutral scientific evaluation of the data that we have and the potential effect on the stock. I do know that the sablefish guys, and Pete's on the call. He might actually know more about this than I do, but I do know that the sablefish authors are currently revisiting the whale depredation estimates for the sablefish assessment. So I'm curious to see when they come forward in the fall with this year's estimate, they may have some new ideas about how to deal with the data as well. I believe that they've requested and/or are working with the logbook data as it's been updated over the last few years, and I think they've been leading the charge on this. So maybe they'll also have some new ways to look at it.
Are they treating the logbook data at face value?
In the past, they haven't used the logbook data, so I don't know what their plan is this year. Maybe it's just for comparative purposes. But I bumped into one of the authors last week at the council meeting, and said that they were refreshing some of the analyses they've done 6 or 8 years ago now, I think, 5 or 6 years ago. Last time they really refreshed that depredation analysis.
I mean, there's a whole suite of interview techniques for asking people about sensitive subjects like illegal activity. Not that whale depredation is illegal activity, but you're trying to get self-reported information about something where there's a strong preference to report one answer and not the other. I know a few of those techniques, and I don't think they're applicable here. I mean, one that we've used is to ask people what they do and then ask what their neighbor does. That's often very informative, but I don't think you can really ask about your other fishermen's experience with whales. But there are some others that might be worth digging into.
I mean, we could spend we could have a much broader discussion about this. I don't want to discount that there are lots of sort of parallel efforts going on. So we actually have a research. Are you going to talk at all about the catch protection one? Yeah. Okay. So I don't want to steal the thunder from that, but Joseph's going to talk about some research we're looking at to actually just protect the catch from whales, so we don't even have this problem. And then there's a group in Sitka, a program called Sea Swap, which is working at tracking whales and looking at other ways to alert the fleet to where these whales are. They're making the analogy to sort of dumpster bears. They've got these problem whales, and as long as they can keep track of where they are, the fleet can just avoid these whales. So there are a lot of parallel efforts going on that might, in the long run, achieve the same goal. I mean, the best solution to this problem really is to eliminate depredation entirely. Is to find ways the fishery can get rid of depredation as a problem, because then we don't have to worry about estimating. It's just zero.
But I mean, some of those efforts might also play into informing the depredation scale, right? I mean, if you're using a particular method to reduce depredation and it comes down by 50%, that suggests that in other areas where you haven't done that, depredation can be really high.
Yeah.
You know that depredation is at least that much, right? Compared to the protected versus unprotected. That's assuming that the protected is 100% effective, but that helps you scale the problem.
One thing that we have that I noted earlier that the sablefish analysts don't have is that we have a really good, from Ray's work with the space-time model that you guys saw at the last SRB, we have a really good estimate of the effect of whales when they're present. So we have that offset catch that he estimated. He estimated roughly a 50% offset for killer whales when they're there. And so knowing that offset, I think I would be pretty comfortable applying that to the fishery if we could get an independent estimate of the encounter rate or the interaction rate in the fishery. And with an amalgamation of logbook records and observer data and other things, perhaps there's even a role for EM, depending on how some of these EM programs roll out. I was actually just looking at a UW student project this morning who was looking at whether you quantify depredation events with EM video. And
what is it on the EM? Is it like bent, you can't see bent hooks?
You can see bent hooks and broken hooks. You can see damaged fish. It turns out that his main conclusion was you got to be really careful not to include sand flea damage, because sand fleas aren't marine mammals and they create a lot of damage. And the estimate of, I think his estimate of halibut depredation went down by 96% when he took out the sand flea observations of damaged fish. So, I mean, it's just sort of a trivial result, but it's just shows you some of the challenges with using EM to determine different kinds of damage on fish.
Yeah, but if you only need to know whether they're present or not, the fraction of sets for their present, and then take Ray's estimates.
Right.
That's a much more tractable problem.
That's what it seems like. That's the best path forward,
Yeah,
is to have these two approaches. We use the survey to quantify the effect, and we use fishery dependent data to get at the prevalence, and then we put the two together to come up with an estimate of effect size. And we thought we could kind of do that with the logs. And it may be that over time people become more accustomed to doing these things. I know we do hear from our port samplers that some guys say they don't want to do it. Some harvesters say they just don't want to do it. But some just say, oh, I didn't fill that out. I've been filling this log out for 20 years, and this is some new field, and I fill out all the stuff you really need. So part of it may be just outreach to explain to people how important it might be. But the outreach is going to be a double-edged sword, as I mentioned earlier. People understand that there is potentially an implication on their quota by reporting this, and even if it's a net wash, they may not perceive it as such. It's almost like if you don't have $5, you don't have it. But if I give it to you and then take it back, you felt like it was yours, right? It's the same idea, I think, with the adding to the quota and taking it back off again. Because we do get comments. Our port samplers actually just last week reported some comments to the effect of, well, we tell you this, they're going to do what they did in sablefish, which is take it off our quota. And the response is, well, they did take it off your quota, but they put it on first. But sometimes that's lost. So this is a tough one. It's quite likely from an ecosystem perspective that depredation is going to increase in prevalence, because these whale stocks, sperm whales in particular, are still recovering from commercial whaling. Their abundance is probably still going to go up for a number of decades. Killer whales, it's not so clear necessarily that they're increasing in abundance, but they may be learning this behavior more and more. And one of the big fears in the commercial halibut fishery is that the sablefish fisheries rapidly transitioned into this new kind of pot that they can fish. They're flexible pots that can be fished on small boats. And with all of that sablefish fishing now off limits to whales, the whales may be spending more time on the few boats that are still fishing hooks, which are the boats that are either mixed target, very few for sablefish, and then the halibut.
I mean, you could imagine it going the other way as well. Less opportunity for learning to follow.
You could, yeah, it remains to be seen. But that's the fear among the fleet, is that the few guys that are still out there with hooks are just going to get all the whale depredation as more and more of the sablefish fishermen transition into pods. And that's been a breathtaking transition. Literally in 2 to 3 seasons, they've gone from 5% of the people using these slinky pods to, I don't think it's 75% or more in the most recent year.
Related to our discussion yesterday about getting enough bids for this, is that change in boat size going to the resulting change in boat size because you're going to use lower smaller vessels for sablefish fishing. Does that affect the availability of boats to do with this?
Well, it's not really a change in boat size. It's the option for small boats to fish pots where they couldn't in the past.
So nobody's downsizing their boat, but
I've not heard that. In the
sablefish
past,
fishermen
the rigid pots are big and heavy, and it was pretty much a larger boat game to fish big pots for sablefish. I actually don't know what it's like to see, but I think it's the same.
Yeah.
But with these slinky pots now, the smaller boats can get into the pot game because they stack and they're light. They don't need a huge crane to lift them, and so they can fish strings of these slinky pots off any longliner basically now.
so they're just switching from long line to pot.
That seems to be the trend, and I would expect it to take off BC just as fast if it hasn't
They're
already.
talking about it. They're looking into slinky pots are attractive.
And they really work. They do catch a slightly smaller size of fish, apparently. I think the jury's still a little out on that one, but the average size of pots seems to be a little smaller so far.
Wait, if they're switching from long line to pot, will they still have the gear to do the tips?
Well, I guess some of these vessels that may be a problem. We tend to work with boats that do at least some halibut fishing, and thus far nobody's switched over just to pots for halibut. They're all. Some boats have been catching their halibut as a bycatch, essentially, to their black cod fishing. So at this point, I don't think we're getting gear switched out of the survey business. But if somebody were to crack the code and find a pot that really caught halibut well, then I think we'd have a real issue. We've actually been asked when we're going to start a pot survey for halibut. I guess the answer is when the technology gets there to be able to catch them efficiently, we can start thinking about it. But obviously we're not dying to start a new time series of survey information given the survey time series we have now.
For a fish that sits on the bottom, buries the bottom, trap isn't ideal.
No, it's
It's
not.
going to be moving around.
And we've done several historical research programs where we tried to tested various pot designs and openings and things to try to do this work. It was all on rigid pots, but we had very little luck. That said, they do show up in crab pots all up and down the coast, and they are getting some of them in these slinky pots.
Yeah.
The North Pacific Council recently changed the regulations that restricted the opening size on these pots. So they had been restricted to a 9-inch opening size. I think it's a 9-inch diagonal. There was some joke about enforcement. It was either a 9-inch diagonal or a 9-inch horizontal. And somebody wanted to give them a quick lesson in geometry. But they've recently removed that restriction. So I think that people now have the ability to test out some designs that might be actually have an opening that's shaped like a wedge opening that's shaped like a halibut to foster them getting in there. I guess that was all inspired by the question about why I didn't include whale depredation. So I do think whale depredation is useful to note, and if you guys have ideas or maybe even suggesting this combination of observer and logbook data, I think that would be helpful. Even just a bullet acknowledging that we've begun work on this. I'm going to be talking about this through this year's management process as well, saying, hey, we took the first look at this. It's not conclusive yet, but this is what we found. And this is where we're going with it, and I think it's probably going to be a challenging discussion. But
is there potential for you presenting to the commission, hey, this big issue here is we can't figure out this problem because nobody reports correctly about it? Is that going to filter down to the industry, or is the commission pretty far removed?
no, they're there. At our annual meeting, we have 200 or 300 harvesters standing there. So I don't know. It's going to be a delicate conversation. I don't think we want to just come blazing out of the gates and say, you guys are misreporting. We also have some cleanup on our end in terms of the way we're recording fields and things. So we may want to give it a season to let our system get a little bit better and see how things are when we have a little less ambiguity in our own data. But we're going to have these conversations at some point.
I just want to go back quickly to the coastwide shore model.
Yeah.
And we're looking at the base performance. It's really it's the worst in terms of the weights for the terminal year only, but otherwise it's kind of second best.
I know. I know.
So if you wanted to start jumping into changing it,
I agree. And that, if nothing else, that's a value of this MACE analysis. It gives us just another criteria to compare these on.
compared to fit.
Right. Because the fit, we can always make the fit better.
That's right.
That's easy. We just get out the perimeter shotgun.
Yeah, I think this is a great criterion. It doesn't solve your problem because of these differences in, depending on what year frame you look over. But
Like if you look at the AAF short, I mean that's the one you throw out. It's like always the worst.
Yep.
except when you
Or
look at,
has-
except when you look at the
extremely the
terminal year
worst.
only, which you think is probably
Except
the most important one.
That's right. So yeah, I mean I think maybe we're just looking at a feature of an ensemble. Well, it's all do different things, different years, which is kind of what you're after.
It is. Exactly it. And we honestly, I've made a figure that looks a lot like this for several different alternative weighting approaches over the years, fit to the survey, retrospective, how big was the Mons row, all these things, and we've had a similar assessment of the situation, which is, well, they're not that different from the status quo, and it does vary a little bit over time. The argument for adopting an objective rule rather than an expert opinion is that the MACE statistic will kind of naturally unfold on its own. If the dynamics start to go up rapidly or down rapidly, presumably we'll start weighting the models that are doing a better job of catching those trends right away. And I like the idea of being ahead of a retrospective issue in either direction, as opposed to being behind and seeing it, and then next year we adjust the weights. I mean, we're still going to be a year behind, but I do think that there's some benefit of having an objective rule that naturally responds to the thing we want it to. We'll be trying to write this up. It's obviously relying largely on work that's not ours. We're developing, sort of thinking through the MACE as a diagnostic tool, but to my knowledge, nobody's actually used it as a weighting metric. So we'll be writing this up as at least a thought piece, if nothing else.
So it'd be cool to compare it to AIC weights, since everyone's familiar with AIC weighting, and see if it's telling you pretty different things.
So when we did the AIC weights, the way I did that would be to take, to use the fit to the coastwide FIS, and in the areas as fleets models, I basically just took all of the predicted region-specific values and multiplied them by the weighting that we use to build up the FIS estimates to get to an aggregate composite, and then outside the model calculated the likelihood associated with that. So we were basically we're quantifying the fit to that primary index from all four models, and then calculating an AIC based on that. Because the age composition, it's not really clear how you make a single age composition data set for these kinds of structures, and you kind of have to ignore the historical period because doesn't even exist in the short models. So that's the way we did last time we looked at model fit. Where we ended up on that was just with the unsatisfying result that if your model is lacking in fitting the survey data, you just add more parameters associated with fit to the survey, and you can fit the survey better.
So
it doesn't penalize you. I mean, the AIC has a penalty, but
small.
It's not. Yeah, it doesn't. I think we know from models, any kind of model with a vast amount of data tends to overfit when you're basing just on AIC. But it doesn't mean it's not worth doing. I mean, I like the idea of giving us something to compare to here.
Yeah, I mean, I think it'll be received differently if it's telling you something very different about weighting. That's basically just confirming that AIC and MACE tell you the same.
It's true. I do think that the interesting thing about the MACE is that, well, I guess you still would have to have one quantity in common with all models that you would be predicting. And so that's logically you would document the fit to that quantity as well. Those two things would kind of go hand in hand. Because you couldn't really compare models with the mace that weren't making predictions on the same scale somewhere somehow. So that would argue to look at the fit as well. Certainly can do that. That's definitely something we can even do and compare in September and see what that looks like. It doesn't even require more model runs because we've already got the cropped model runs and the predictions quantified. Would there be any value in looking at the prior and MLE graphic for the areas as fleets short model, comparable to the 4-panel figure I showed you for the 2 long models? You could easily call that up. Sure. I wanted to look at that. It'll give me a chance to try sharing my screen as well. Let's see. I should see my screen. Like, maybe this is going to be a waste of our time. So the labels aren't going to be very good because this is native output to stock synthesis. But this upper left-hand panel is the female natural mortality, and the panel right below it, in the second row on the left, is the male value for natural mortality. The black is Owen Hamel's prior, and the blue is the asymptotic variance interval. So it looks, to my eye, pretty similar to the long models in terms of its level of precision. Noting Sean's comment that the asymptotics should be interpreted with caution in this case. Okay. Stop sharing before I break anything. So I've got to go back to Sorry guys, support crew's probably wondering why I'm messing everything up right now. Okay, we're back. I didn't break it.
Are there any other quantities you can consider doing the mace with? Just thinking about, is it just this? That's pretty much the main thing.
Yeah, I mean, you could do it on the CPUE. Yep. Definitely could be done there. We chose the fist just because it logically relates to stock condition and management quantities, but yeah.
Fishery CPUE to scale it.
Yes, and
Use the last. Right, just assume.
yeah, we wouldn't. I don't think we would. I mean, there would be no information to inform the deviation in Q, so it would just project forward at whatever Q is at. The deviation would be 0. But that would be interesting to see. I don't see any technical reason why we couldn't at least explore it on CPUE.
It'd be good to know. I don't know that you want to use it based on CPUE, but it'd be good to know whether the ranking of different models changes.
Yeah.
CPE or, so,
It would also make for a nice sort of triple comparison between AIC and MACE on a couple of the primary indices. I believe that the diagnostics guys have worked out a way to do MACE on composition data, but I don't really see the utility in that here. We don't really care about the specific demographics per se. I mean, we do in the sense that they're driving the dynamics, but we, in terms of next year's mortality limits, they're not as relevant.
I think if the MACE calculated on the commercial CPE ends up telling you something different than this, you're left with a real conundrum.
Well, the CPUE series isn't the same as the survey series. And, oh, and the other issue with the CPUE series is it's in biomass. So, well, but that, I mean, that doesn't preclude doing it. It just means they're not sort of one-to-one comparable across the two series. The
So I assume they're not gonna have as good a base absolute values. They'll probably be a bit lower in their absolute values.
could be. I'm reluctant to guess without trying it, but we can certainly try it. See how they
Like
compare.
mean age in the composition.
I think that might be how people have done the
Because that
composition
could
comparisons,
reflect,
yeah.
the differences in recruitment among models.
Yep. I think that's how Carvalho and Winker and those guys have done that. MACE has a whole nother use as a model diagnostic tool. There, it's kind of a broader interpretation. I think you could compare MACE weights for all manner of things to see which, as you're developing a model, to see which sensitivities and which variants do better at predicting various data sets. In our case, I think we want to focus on something that's very naturally related to the management quantities that come out. And CPUE certainly is, although CPUE is a little bit challenging because it means different things in different areas. It's very dependent on the specifics of the fishery. For example, in 2C, in Southeast Alaska, the average CPUE is relatively low. Apparently not because there aren't areas that they can catch fish at a higher rate, apparently because the fishing strategy there is, for many of the smaller boats that have relatively small amount of quota, is to fish in areas that are easy to fish, that are close to home and easy to fish, not to go way offshore to areas with the highest catch rates, where they could potentially shave a day off their trip, but they might not, in the end, make any more money because it was just more work and more fuel and everything else to get out there. So, but then there are other areas where people very much run long distances to get to high catch rate areas. And so the CPUE, even combining CPUE across regulatory areas is a little bit, it just needs to be done with a little bit of caution because it means different things in different areas.
Well, might mean different things through time as well, getting back to the high gas prices, right?
Yeah.
That strategy sounds a lot better of sticking close to home and dealing with a moderate CPUE rather than running a good CPUE.
But it may help in terms of a communication device if it turns out that, if the CPUE based one and the FIST based one give you the same relative ranking of models, that
That would certainly be helpful.
you could at least
It shouldn't be difficult to do. I mean, we have the CPUE and we have the prediction. I said that before, I've been wrong when I went back to actually try and do something, but it seems like it's pretty doable, so I wouldn't be at all uncomfortable with putting in a recommendation to explore it and see what we find.
They end up different. I mean, I'd certainly side with this.
I think so too. Yeah. if you wanted to, I mean, it's 3 o'clock. We shaved a half hour off lunch, so we're really only a half hour ahead. If you wanted to go through the research recommendations, we could do that. But we could also hold that for 5-year plan discussion. It's kind of up to you guys. It's also, I mean, we're under no obligation to sit here until 4. We can let you guys get a little bit ahead because I think we did eliminate your drafting session yesterday afternoon. So
Research recommendations you're talking about from the research plan,
I was thinking of the ones from the assessment.
the section here on,
The end of the document. I can pull those up if you wanted me to, but
well, I think we've gone through,
I think we have
at least the
gone
ones
through
you've
all of them.
identified
Yeah.
as highest priority.
Yep.
We've covered most of those.
Yeah, I think we have them all.
But I definitely agree with keeping this list alive.
Just if nothing else, just as a documentation of
Yeah.
the things we were thinking about right now. In 5 or 10 years, somebody can go back and say, "Oh yeah, everybody forgot about that one. Let's get back to that." But being clear that it's not necessarily a work list that we expect to check off in the next year or two. It's really just a laundry list of things that we don't want to lose sight of.
Yeah, and even in the highest priority one like for data, continued collection of sex ratio. Yeah, you know,
It's kind of,
so,
I suppose we could take that one out. Well, actually, that's a good point, and I don't think I mentioned that on the slide. I planned to mention that on the slide where I showed you the table of the last 4 years of sex ratio data. When Joseph and I kind of negotiated initially of the workload to do the sex ratio information, we agreed that we needed several years of data before we really reevaluated how much of this and how frequently we needed to do it. And so I think when we have the 2021 data, we'll now have 5 years in hand. And I think it's probably time to revisit whether or not we need to do the full genetic assay workup every year, or whether we could potentially do it every other year. We still collect the ages. We'd have an unsexed age comp, which is what I have for most of the time series. We wanted to get a few years so that we could see if there was if it was trending rapidly, or get a little sense of what the variability was year to year. But it's something that we're thinking about is to optimize our use of resources. If the sex ratio is honestly just bouncing around 80% and not changing much, then maybe we just do the genetic assay every other year. So that is one thing that is on the table for at the close of this year. I'd like to see one more year of sex ratio data, and then we'll have 5 in hand. And then I think that's a discussion we should have. Is another option would be to subsample and only do the assay on part of the fin clips. That would mean effectively that I would just only use a part of the age comp data assessment. But with Bootstrap, we could investigate, well, what would it mean if I only used half as much age data? What real effect would it have on our effective sample size? So those are the sorts of questions that we can start to get at. This is actually, honestly, this kind of thing is a good example of something that we could do more of if we weren't doing a production assessment all the time. All of these little, bootstrap this and see, well, what if we increased or decreased the sampling rate slightly, or what if we, went to an every other year schedule of doing the genetic assay, or all these questions take a fair bit of analysis time. They're fairly trivial questions, and they're not very publishable, to be honest, but they're useful in terms of refining and really optimizing our use of resources in our research and our monitoring programs here. And I know Jason's already been pushing me to do more of this, so that we kind of rationalize some of our designs and sampling plans. It's a logical thing to do.
Exactly. I thought of that when I heard the 25,000 this year.
Yeah.
Like, ooh, that's awesome. On the one hand, that's awesome. On the other hand, like that suggests that there's potential for savings there.
Well, and to be fair, when I first got here, it seemed like way too many ages. And then we developed models that use areas as fleets, so we divide by 4. And then we separated into males and females, so we divide by 2 again. And then, you know, what if we shave off 4B? That's a whole nother assessment. Now we got to treat those separate. You know, one of the dangers of just doing a simulation based on how we're using things right now is that we lose sight of maybe the complexity of the analysis 10 years from now will be different, and it will have a higher data need. So I don't want to be known as the guy who slashed all the sampling and left the next guy with a bad, you know, a noisy data set. But on the other hand, I think that there is some optimization to be done in our.
So that's a
in our
great point.
monitoring.
That those choices constrain what's possible in the future.
But the nice thing about something like the genetic assay is that, say we go to an every other year running up the full genetic assay on all the samples, but we still have the pink clips from the intervening years. So if something changes rapidly, oh, let's go back and get those 2 years on either side so we really know what happened here. It's still there. To me, there's a fundamental difference between not collecting otoliths in the field or pink clips and keeping them in storage and subsampling later on. That's a much safer case, and I'm totally comfortable subsampling now, and maybe we have to wait a year if something surprises us to fill in the pieces, but we have the ability to do that. So that was, yeah, that's actually, I'm glad you brought that up, because I meant to mention that on that slide table, so that's definitely something on our list for this upcoming year.
Do you have anything critical that you want to talk about or discuss further today? I think Dave has sent. What? Yeah, it's easy. Yeah, so he sent us the current. So maybe yeah, take
Take a break, we'll get out of here, and you guys can do some drafting.
yeah.
If something occurs to you tonight, we can fit in some. We have some time slots for fit in some more recap if anything we need to.
For the most part, we'll see you tomorrow, I guess then.